Welcome, dear listener, to the Sleeping Hourglass. Tonight we drift into the story of Moses, not only the life of one man, but the slow, aching breath of a people longing to be free. It is a journey that begins in hushed shadow among river reeds and frightened prayers, and rises, gently, inevitably, toward fire, water, and a voice powerful enough to split the sea. If you find comfort here, you're always welcome to like or subscribe, a small gesture that helps keep this peaceful corner alive. The story begins not with triumph, but with quiet fear. Egypt's sun still rises over the Nile, golden and unchanging. But in the shadows of Pharaoh's command, Hebrew mothers cradle their sons with trembling hands. A decree has been spoken: every male child born to the Israelites is to be cast into the river. Life, meant to be a gift, is weighed down with terror. The cries of infants mingle with the harsh whips of taskmasters, and hope feels fragile beneath the stone walls of Egypt. Among the enslaved, there is a Levite couple who dare to welcome a child into such a world. When their son is born, his mother sees that he is good, radiant with the quiet light of promise. For 3 months she hides him, pressing his cries into silence, wrapping him close to her chest, praying that soldiers will pass her home by. Each breath is risk. Each day, a fragile defiance against Pharaoh's decree. But babies grow, and time cannot be held still. His voice grows louder, his movements stronger. The secret can no longer remain hidden. A mother's heart must choose to release in sorrow or to lose in terror. And so, with hands that ache from both love and fear, she weaves a small ark from papyrus reeds. She coats it with tar and pitch, sealing it against the water. Within this vessel of fragile hope, she lays her child, not into safety, but into providence. The Nile flows, wide and indifferent, yet in its current now drifts a story that will one day break empires. The basket floats among the reeds at the river's edge, cradled by water, unseen by passing eyes. The mother does not linger. To linger is to break, but she leaves her daughter, the child's sister, to watch from a distance, to see what will become of him. The girl's eyes follow the basket, her heart pounding with both fear and a flicker of faith. The river carries the child into the presence of one who should have been his enemy. Pharaoh's daughter descends to bathe, her maidens attending her. She sees the small ark among the reeds, curiosity stirring. She sends a handmaiden to fetch it, and when the basket is opened, the silence of water gives way to the cry of a child. The sound pierces her heart. She knows he is one of the Hebrew children, a life marked for death by her father's own decree. Yet pity, stronger than policy, rises within her. She does not turn away. She does not obey the command of Pharaoh. She lets compassion guide her hand. The sister, bold in the trembling moment, steps forward. She offers a suggestion: that a Hebrew woman be found to nurse the child. Pharaoh's daughter agrees, and so, in a twist only providence could weave, the child is returned to his own mother. She cradles him again, not in secret but under royal command, nursing him with both milk and memory. She knows the time will come when he must be given up again, but for now her arms are full, and her heart sings through its tears. When he is weaned, the child is brought once more to Pharaoh's daughter. She takes him as her son, giving him the name Moses, for I drew him out of the water. He grows now within the palace, clothed in garments of royalty, raised among marble halls and golden pillars. Yet his first cry was not of empire but of survival. His life begins in the reeds, among whispers of oppression and the hands of women who chose life over fear. This beginning is not mere detail, it is destiny. The waters that once threatened to claim him instead deliver him. The Nile, which Pharaoh sought to make an agent of death, becomes the stage for deliverance. From water he is drawn out, and through water he will one day lead his people. Imagine the silence of that moment. The daughter of a king, standing with dripping hands, lifting from the river the child who will one day stand against her father's throne. No one watching could see the future, yet heaven had already written it. The one saved by water will become the voice that commands water to part. For now, he is simply a child learning the steps of Egypt's courts, eating from its tables, breathing in its air of power. Yet he carries in his very name the memory of water. Moses, the one drawn out. His name is both history and prophecy, a reminder that his life is not his own. The story pauses here in the hush of childhood, where innocence grows even under the shadow of oppression. Egypt still presses its weight upon the Hebrew people, their cries rising to God in their labor. Pharaoh still holds his throne unmoved by pity. Yet hidden within his own household is a child whose very existence defies his decree. The reeds whisper their memory. The river holds its secret. A mother's tears and a sister's watchful eyes have already written the first lines of a story that will echo through ages. The God who sees, the God who hears, has begun his answer not with armies, not with thunder, but with a fragile basket drifting upon the Nile. And so the chapter closes not with resolution, but with waiting. The child grows. The people still groan. Egypt still reigns. But somewhere in the quiet of Pharaoh's palace, footsteps patter softly, the small feet of the one who will one day shake empires. The reeds have done their work. The river has carried its promise, and the name Moses rests like a seed, waiting for its appointed time to break the soil. From the river's edge to the marble courts, Moses is drawn into Egypt's heart, where privilege and memory will war within him. And soon, the prince who was saved will see the dust of his people. And remember, in the halls of Pharaoh, Moses grows. The child drawn from the Nile becomes a man among pillars of stone and floors of polished marble. Servants bow at his passing. Scholars teach him the knowledge of Egypt. He hears the language of command, learns the ways of power, and is given the garments of privilege. From the outside, his life is carved in strength and certainty. And yet within him lies a memory. He is the son of a Levite woman, carried in her arms, nourished in her care. Though years have drawn him into Pharaoh's household, the whispers of his beginnings are not lost. His name itself, Moses, the one drawn out, is a reminder that he does not fully belong to the throne under which he walks. The Nile remembers him, the reeds remember him. Somewhere in the dust of Goshen, his people labor still, their backs bent beneath the weight of forced labor, their hands caroused by brick and mortar. And Moses, though robed as a prince, cannot escape the pull of this memory. It lingers like a shadow across his heart. One day, the shadow becomes sight. He goes out to his people and sees their burdens. The sun blazes upon the fields, and there before his eyes a Hebrew is beaten by an Egyptian taskmaster. The cries echo across the sand, sharp and desperate, and something rises in Moses that no palace training can suppress. His heart cannot stay silent. His body cannot remain still. He looks this way and that, seeking to see if anyone watches. The desert holds its breath. Then, with hands trained by privilege but moved by compassion, Moses strikes. The Egyptian falls. The taskmaster's rod lies silent in the dust. But the silence that follows is not peace. It is judgment heavy and unseen, for in defending life, Moses has taken life. Fear grips him, yet urgency drives him. He bends low, scraping the sand with his hands, burying the body beneath the ground. Dust covers dust. The act is hidden, or so he hopes. But the earth does not forget, and the heart of a man cannot bury his choices as easily as he buries a body. The next day, he goes out again. This time he sees two Hebrews striving together, brother against brother, their voices sharp with anger. He steps between them, asking, "Why do you strike your fellow?" But one, with bitter eyes, turns upon him and says, "Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you intend to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?" The words cut deeper than any sword. The deed he thought hidden is known. His attempt at justice is twisted into accusation. And now the truth rushes ahead of him, carried by whispers, carried by fear. Pharaoh hears of the matter. Wrath follows quickly. Death is the sentence, and Moses is the condemned. So he flees. He leaves the marble halls, the tables of plenty, the privilege of Egypt behind him. He runs into the wilderness, each step pounding with fear, each breath carrying the weight of exile. The desert opens before him, vast and unforgiving, its silence broken only by wind and stone. Here, the prince becomes a fugitive. Here, memory becomes his only companion. At last, weary and worn, he comes to the land of Midian. By a well he rests, the journey heavy upon him, but even in exile, moments of purpose find him. Daughters of a priest come to draw water, only to be driven away by shepherds. Moses rises again, not as a prince, not with the staff of Egypt, but with the strength of justice still burning within him. He defends them, drives away the oppressors, and waters their flock. This act of quiet courage opens a door. He is welcomed into the household of Reuel, the priest of Midian. Bread is shared, and Moses finds refuge. In time, he takes Zipporah, Reuel's daughter, as his wife. She bears him a son, and Moses names him Gershom, saying, "I have been a stranger in a foreign land." The name is a confession, a reminder that he belongs neither fully to Egypt nor fully to Midian. He is caught between worlds, waiting in the silence of wilderness. The years stretch on. The prince fades from memory. The staff that once struck in anger becomes the staff of a shepherd. Day by day, Moses learns the rhythms of the desert, the bleating of sheep, the shifting of wind, the silence of mountains. The wilderness, vast and unyielding, becomes his teacher. In its emptiness, he learns patience. In its silence, he learns humility. Meanwhile, far in Egypt, the cries of Israel rise higher. Their bondage grows heavier, their groans deeper. Pharaoh's throne remains unyielding, but heaven is not deaf. God hears their groaning. God remembers his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. While Moses tends sheep among the slopes of Midian, the God of Israel prepares a voice that will one day return to confront the throne he fled. But Moses does not know this yet. He only knows exile, the weight of choices made, the cost of fear, and the long silence of waiting. His story pauses in the wilderness, as though time itself holds its breath. The prince who remembered the dust is now a shepherd walking among stones. His hands, once eager to strike, now learn to guide with patience. His heart, once restless in privilege, now bends low to listen to silence. And in this wilderness, though unseen, a fire waits to speak. The desert teaches what palaces cannot, and soon Among quiet slopes and burning silence, a voice will call from flame, and Moses will have to listen. The wilderness has its own rhythm. Morning rises without rush, light spilling over ridges and valleys. The air is sharp, cool, and unhurried. Sheep scatter across the hillsides, their hooves tapping stones, their bleats rising like fragile echoes. Moses walks among them with a staff in his hand. The same hands that once knew the halls of Egypt, now steadying the wanderings of sheep. Years have passed. The memory of Egypt lingers like a distant dream. The marble courts, the golden pillars, the rod of power, all have faded into the silence of exile. What remains is the patience of the desert. Day after day, Moses guides, watches, waits. The wilderness teaches him in ways no scholar of Egypt ever could. Its lessons are long, written not in words but in silence, not in laws but in stones and wind. And yet even in silence, there comes a day when the ordinary folds into the extraordinary. Moses leads the flock beyond the usual paths, further into the wilderness until he comes to Horeb, the mountain of God. Its slopes rise quiet and unmoved, the kind of place where eternity seems to rest upon the stones. Here, heaven prepares to speak. He sees it first as a glimmer, a bush, a flame. Fire crackles, sparks leap, yet the branches remain whole, unconsumed. The leaves do not wither, the bark does not blacken. The flame dances, but it does not destroy. Moses turns aside, curiosity pressing upon him. I will go over, he says within himself, and see this great sight. Why the bush does not burn. As he draws near, a voice calls out from the midst of the fire, sudden and commanding, Moses, Moses. The sound is not like thunder, nor like wind, yet it pierces the air and roots itself in his soul. He answers simply, trembling, Here I am. Do not come closer. The voice declares, Take off your sandals, for the place where you stand is holy ground. And Moses obeys. The dust of the desert clings to his feet, but he loosens the straps, places bare skin upon bare earth. The ordinary ground becomes holy under the weight of God's presence. What was once wilderness becomes sanctuary. The voice speaks again, with authority that stills every thought. I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hides his face, for he is afraid to look at God. The silence of centuries breaks open. The cries of Israel have not gone unheard. I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, the Lord says. I have heard their cry because of their taskmasters. I know their sorrows. And I have come down to deliver them, to bring them up to a good and broad land, flowing with milk and honey. Moses listens, his heart pounding. The God of his fathers speaks not of distance, but of descent, not of indifference, but of deliverance. The one who sets stars in their places bends low to hear the cries of slaves. And then the words fall with a weight Moses cannot carry. Come now, I will send you to Pharaoh, that you may bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. The shepherd stares into the flame. Him, the fugitive, the man who fled in fear, who buried an Egyptian in sand, who now spends his days following sheep through barren hills. His voice falters as he answers, Who am I, that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the children of Israel out of Egypt? But God answers with promise, not explanation. I will be with you, and this shall be the sign to you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God on this mountain. Still, Moses trembles. His thoughts stumble over the weight of such a calling. If I come to the people of Israel and say, The God of your fathers has sent me, and they ask, "What is his name? What shall I say?" The fire burns brighter, and the voice declares words that echo beyond all ages. "I am who I am. Say this to the people of Israel. I am has sent me to you." Here is no distant deity, no idol of stone or wood, but the living, self-existent God, unchanging and eternal. A name that is both presence and promise. A name that holds every generation within it. But Moses hesitates still. His words falter on his tongue. "They will not believe me," he protests. "They will not listen to my voice." So the Lord gives him signs. His staff, cast upon the ground, becomes a serpent and then returns to wood in his hand. His hand, placed upon his chest, turns leprous and is healed again. Water poured upon the ground becomes blood. Proofs for a doubting people, tokens of divine power. Yet still Moses resists. "I am not eloquent," he pleads. "I am slow of speech and of tongue." His words stumble out as confession. The task seems too great for faltering lips, but the voice answers with steady assurance. "Who has made man's mouth? Who makes him mute or deaf or seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go, and I will be with your mouth and teach you what you shall speak." Even then, Moses trembles. "Oh, my Lord, please send someone else." Anger kindles, but mercy follows. The Lord appoints Aaron, Moses' brother, as his companion. "He shall speak for you to the people. You shall be as God to him. Take this staff in your hand, with which you shall do the signs." The fire still burns, unconsumed. The mountain still stands, unmoved. But Moses' life is changed forever. He removes his sandals not only for holy ground, but for a holy calling. The shepherd of Midian is summoned to stand before the king of Egypt. The fugitive is commanded to confront the throne he once fled. And so, after long years of silence, the journey begins again. Moses turns from the mountain, the staff firm in his grip, his heart both heavy and aflame. Zipporah and his sons will walk with him for a time. Aaron will meet him on the road. And Egypt waits in its stubborn pride, unaware that its river-born prince is coming home, bearing the voice of the living God. The fire fades, but its memory burns on. The wilderness has spoken. The silence has been broken, and the name of God, I Am, rests now upon the lips of a reluctant shepherd who will one day stand as prophet. The voice in the fire lingers in Moses' soul, a promise stronger than fear, and soon, with staff in hand and Aaron by his side, he will walk back into Egypt, where the heart of Pharaoh waits to be tested. The desert silence clings to Moses as he crosses once more into the land of his birth. Behind him lie the quiet slopes of Midian, the bleating of sheep, the steady rhythm of wilderness life. Before him rises Egypt, the land of stone temples, soaring monuments, and endless labor. He feels the weight of memory in its air, a river where reeds once cradled him, a palace where he walked as a prince, an exile where he fled as a fugitive. Now he returns as something else entirely, a messenger of the God who spoke from fire. Aaron walks at his side. The bond of brothers, long separated by years, now becomes a thread of strength. Moses carries the staff, worn smooth by his hand. It looks ordinary, a shepherd's rod, nothing more. Yet hidden within it is a sign that defies reason, a symbol of power entrusted to a hesitant servant. When they enter Pharaoh's court, the hall is thick with incense and authority. Pillars rise like trees of stone, painted with scenes of gods and kings. Gold glimmers. Attendants stand in neat rows, their silence sharpening the moment. At the center, upon a throne carved with the likeness of deities, sits Pharaoh. He is the embodiment of Egypt's pride, the one hailed as son of the sun. Aaron speaks first, his voice firm where Moses might falter. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness. The words hang in the air, bold and unbending, as though they themselves carry the weight of eternity. Pharaoh leans forward, his eyes narrowing, lips curling with disdain. Who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? His tone is sharp, cutting through the silence. I do not know this Lord, and I will not let Israel go. It is a declaration not only of defiance, but of blindness, a refusal to see beyond the bounds of his own authority. For Pharaoh, no God exists above Egypt's pantheon, and certainly none above himself. At God's command, Moses lifts the staff and lets it fall to the stone floor. In a moment both simple and extraordinary, wood becomes life. The staff writhers, coils, and becomes a serpent before their eyes. Gasps ripple through the court. Servants step back, their composure breaking for an instant. Even Pharaoh's gaze sharpens, not in reverence, but in challenge. With a wave of his hand, he calls for his magicians. They step forward, cloaked in confidence, carrying staffs of their own. They too cast their rods down, and their rods wreathe into serpents. The chamber fills with the hiss of scales and the shifting of bodies across stone. For a heartbeat, it seems as though Egypt has matched the sign of Israel's God. Yet then, slowly, inexorably, Moses' serpent turns upon theirs. One by one, it swallows them whole. By the end, only a single serpent remains upon the court floor, and when Moses reaches to grasp it, it stiffens once more into the staff he knows so well. The sign is unmistakable. Power has spoken not through thunder or armies, but through a simple shepherd's rod. Egypt's might is shown to be shadow before the living God. Yet Pharaoh does not bow, does not bend. His face hardens like stone, his jaw set in pride. He dismisses Moses and Aaron with a flick of his hand, as though the moment were nothing. But the court has seen. Servants whisper, priests exchange uneasy glances. Magicians hide their unease. The sign has not gone unnoticed. Yet it has not pierced the heart that matters most. Outside the court, Moses breathes heavily, staff once again at his side. The air feels heavy with unfinished business. He remembers the words spoken at the bush. Pharaoh's heart will be hard. He had known resistance would come, yet knowing and seeing are different things. Still, he has obeyed. Still, the sign was given. The tension deepens in the days that follow. Pharaoh, unmoved, tightens his grip upon Israel. Instead of loosening their burden, he increases it. Bricks must be made without straw, labor doubled, punishment harsher. The cry of the people rises, not in relief but in anguish. They turn their eyes toward Moses, some in hope, others in bitterness. Has he come to free them, or to make their chains heavier still? Moses feels the weight of their doubt. He returns to God with heavy words, confessing his weakness, his faltering lips, his trembling heart. Yet the voice of God does not release him. Instead, it speaks again with promise. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aaron your brother shall speak to Pharaoh. I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and I will multiply my signs and wonders in the land of Egypt. It is a strange comfort, the assurance not of ease but of certainty. Deliverance will come, but not quickly, not simply. Pharaoh's hardness will carve the stage upon which God's glory is revealed. Each refusal will prepare the way for a greater unveiling. For now, Moses must walk in obedience, step by step, staff in hand, voice trembling yet steady. Pharaoh has not yielded, but the story is not yet complete. The staff has tasted the stone of Egypt's court. The first sign has been given. The struggle has only begun. In this pause between the sign and the greater wonders to come, the air is thick with waiting. Egypt waits, Israel waits, even Moses waits. What happens when a heart refuses to bow? How long can defiance stand against the eternal? The silence between these questions is itself part of the story, a silence heavy with the promise of what is still to unfold. The serpent has returned to wood, the court has fallen quiet, but the hardness of Pharaoh's heart lingers like stone. And soon, the weight of that stone will press Egypt into the fire of judgment. The Nile has always been the heartbeat of Egypt. Its waters wind through the land like a living thread, weaving life into every field, every garden, every home. Farmers bow to its rhythms, priests sing to its flow, and children play at its edges. For centuries, it has been Egypt's god, its river of abundance, its endless gift. But now that gift trembles. Moses stands by the bank, staff in hand, Aaron at his side. The air is heavy with silence, the kind of silence before a storm. Pharaoh has refused again. The warning spoken in Pharaoh's halls now unfolds before Pharaoh's eyes. Moses lifts the staff. His hand does not shake, though all of Egypt will soon tremble. The wood strikes the water. What has always been blue, what has always glistened with the reflection of the sun, darkens, it thickens. The Nile groans as if wounded. Its surface ripples with a spreading stain until it runs red, not with the colour of clay or silt, but with the hue of blood itself. The Nile, Egypt's pride, is bleeding. Fish rise belly up, gasping once and then still. Their scales lose their silver light, turning dull and grey. The stench grows, spreading through the reeds, across the boats, into the streets. What once smelled of life now reeks of death. Men dip their jars only to recoil. Women reach for pitchers, only to find horror filling them. The children cry out, thirsty, confused. Every stream, every canal, every pool of water in Egypt shares the plague. Clay jars once brimming with clear water now throb red with the same bitter sight. There is no place to turn, no vessel untouched. The land groans. And yet Pharaoh hardens. His magicians, eager to defend the honor of Egypt, step forward. They, too, touch the water with their spells, and more blood appears. But theirs is an imitation of judgment, not a reversal. They can multiply the curse, but not remove it. They can deepen Egypt's suffering, but not heal its wound. Still, Pharaoh's heart does not yield. 7 days pass. 7 long days of thirst and stench, 7 nights of silence broken by groans of despair. The people dig at the riverbanks, clawing into the mud, seeking pockets of clean water beneath the earth. They search for relief where judgment has not yet seeped. Their fingernails are cracked, their lips parched. The Nile, their god, lies slain before them, and still their king will not bow. The memory of the river's former beauty lingers like a ghost. Once it had carried boats of commerce, priests in processions, lovers drifting under moonlight. Its water had once glimmered with lotus blooms, its surface alive with herons and cranes. Now, it is a graveyard of fish, a mirror of scarlet. The birds circle but do not land. The people look but cannot drink. It is as if Egypt itself is being undone. For Egypt is built upon the Nile, its temples rise from its gifts, its harvest depends on its floods. Its festivals are timed by its seasons. Its gods are painted with its symbols. Without the Nile, Egypt is but sand and stone, and now, before all eyes, that very lifeline is turned against them. This first plague is no accident. It is not a random strike, but a blow aimed at the heart. It is the voice of the God of Israel speaking against the false gods of Egypt, showing that the Creator rules where idols fall silent. The Nile, worshipped and adored, lies dead in the water, and still Pharaoh will not listen. The court remembers the words spoken by Moses in Pharaoh's presence. Thus says the Lord, "By this you shall know that I am the Lord." Yet Pharaoh chooses blindness. His pride builds walls higher than any monument his forefathers raised. He will not bend, not yet. The people whisper in fear. Some look at Moses and Aaron with awe. Others look with hatred. Who are these Hebrews to bring such ruin upon Egypt? But Moses does not speak. His silence is heavy, his gaze steady. He knows this is only the beginning. The smell of the river seeps into every corner of the land. Markets that once bustled with fishermen now stand empty. The cries of merchants fade into the cries of mothers. Even Pharaoh cannot escape the odour when he walks his halls. It clings to the air like smoke, like warning, like memory. 7 days of thirst, 7 days of blood. At last, the Nile clears. The water flows again, as if mercy has swept its hand across the land. The river breathes once more, though its memory is stained. Life seems to return. But Pharaoh's heart remains the same. The wound has not touched him. The sight has not softened him. His defiance grows thicker than the water ever did. The people sigh with relief, but in their hearts fear stirs. If this is the first sign, what will come next? If the river can bleed, what more can be broken? Egypt shudders, waiting for an answer. The river that once carried joy now carries warning. Its waves whisper of power beyond Egypt's grasp, beyond Pharaoh's throne, beyond the idols carved in stone. Yet Pharaoh chooses silence over surrender, pride over wisdom. And so the stage is set for the next sign, the next cry, the next shaking of Egypt's ground. The Nile returns to flowing water, but Pharaoh's heart remains stone. And soon, from the same riverbanks where blood once ran, life will rise in swarms, leaping from pools, climbing into homes, pressing upon the land until groans fill every chamber. The Nile runs clean again, but its memory is stained. Egypt breathes relief, though fear lingers like a shadow over its banks. The river once struck is no longer trusted. Men draw water with wary eyes, women fill jars with trembling hands. They drink, yet in their minds they taste blood. But Pharaoh's heart is unshaken. He has seen water turn to blood and return to water. He calls it chance or trickery or the noise of foreign gods. His pride stands tall, as if the stench of death never reached his nostrils. And so Moses returns once more with Aaron. The voice of God speaks again. "Let my people go, that they may serve me. If you refuse, frogs will cover your land." At first it sounds strange. Frogs, small and harmless. What power can they carry? Yet Pharaoh does not bend. His lips are stiff, his gaze like stone. And soon the river, which once bled, begins to heave. Its surface ripples not with current but with movement. They come. From reeds and pools, from the wide Nile itself, frogs leap in swarms. They pour onto the banks, crawling into the streets, filling the markets. They hop over baskets of bread, leap into kneading bowls, climb into ovens still warm from fire. At night, the sound of their croaking rises like a plague of voices. The people cannot sleep. They turn on their mats, only to feel the cold. damp skin of frogs brushing against them. Children cry, women scream. Men shake their fists at the sky, and still the frogs multiply. They climb into Pharaoh's palace. They leap upon the throne. They creep into the very bed where Pharaoh lies, into the chamber of Egypt's king. The sound is unending, the weight of their presence suffocating. The land itself groans under the swarm. Then, as suddenly as they come, they die. Their bodies heap in piles, rotting in the streets. The stench is unbearable, filling every corner of Egypt. What began with croaks ends in silence, but the silence is worse. For decay spreads, and Egypt chokes on the smell of its own curse. Pharaoh calls Moses and Aaron. His pride bends, but only for a moment. Entreat the Lord to take away the frogs, he pleads, and I will let the people go, that they may sacrifice to the Lord. Moses prays. The frogs vanish, and Pharaoh changes. His promise dies as quickly as the frogs themselves. His heart grows hard again. The next command comes. Strike the dust of the earth, that it may become gnats throughout all the land. Aaron lifts the staff. He strikes the dust, and what is more countless than the grains of Egypt's sand? Dust rises, shifting, shimmering in the light. But it does not fall as dust. It clings, it bites, it crawls upon man and beast alike. Gnats, they cover faces, fill nostrils, settle in eyes. The air itself hums with their restless movement. People wave their hands, but the cloud only thickens. Animals shake their heads, stamping the ground, but the insects do not leave. They are everywhere. In the air, on the skin, in the very breath. The magicians try to imitate. They lift their hands in ritual, they whisper incantations, but they cannot bring forth life from dust. They cannot command the grains of the earth. And at last, their voices falter. They bow before Pharaoh and confess, this is the finger of God. But Pharaoh's heart does not bow. He hardens once more, deaf even to his own priests. The gnats cling to his robes as he sits, and still he resists. The command comes again. This time, it is not dust that rises, but swarms of flies. Thick and black, they fill the air, a moving shadow of wings. They pour into the houses of Egypt, swarming over tables, filling vessels, covering food. The land is ruined under their presence. Yet in the land of Goshen, where the people of Israel dwell, there are no flies. The separation is clear. Egypt groans, but Israel breathes free. Pharaoh summons Moses and Aaron. His words falter between pride and surrender. Go, he says, sacrifice to your God within the land. But Moses answers softly, it is not fitting to sacrifice here. The people must go 3 days into the wilderness as the Lord commands. Pharaoh hesitates. He bargains as if he can trade with heaven. I will let you go, he says at last, but do not go far. Pray for me. Moses prays. The flies depart. The buzzing fades. The land is still again. But Pharaoh's heart does not change. His promises dissolve like mist. He hardens himself yet again, unwilling to yield, unwilling to let Israel go. The people of Egypt are left wary. Their river has bled, their homes have swarmed, their air has thickened with dust and wings. Their lives, once ordered and proud, have become chaos. They look to Pharaoh, but Pharaoh will not bend. They look to their gods, but their gods do not answer. And still, the Hebrews walk in the land, untouched by the plagues that now scar Egypt. It is as if the land itself testifies Egypt is breaking, yet its king clings to pride. The frogs are gone. The gnats are silent. The flies have flown. But the memory remains. Egypt groans, restless and afraid, and Moses knows this is not the end. This is only the unfolding of a greater hand, step by step, sign by sign, until the throne itself will tremble. The air clears, the river stills, but Pharaoh's pride stands firm, and soon the judgment will strike not with wings or croaks, but with the silent death of beasts, the lifeblood of Egypt's fields and wealth. The land of Egypt is weary. The frogs are gone, the gnats are silent, the flies have departed, but the scars remain. The river has been stained, the homes defiled, the air darkened. And still Pharaoh refuses. His lips form promises in moments of desperation, but his heart breaks them as soon as relief arrives. Now the voice of the Lord rises again, this time with a judgment aimed at Egypt's strength, its livestock, its wealth, its pride in herds and flocks. Moses speaks with solemn clarity. If you refuse to let them go, behold, the hand of the Lord will be on your cattle in the field, on the horses, on the donkeys, on the camels, on the oxen, and on the sheep. A very severe plague. The words fall heavy upon Pharaoh's ears, yet he does not bend. Pride blinds him still. And so, dawn comes with silence. The past plagues had arrived with sound. The croak of frogs, the hum of gnats, the buzz of flies. But this plague enters without noise. It falls upon the fields like an unseen hand, sweeping through pastures where animals graze. One by one, the cattle stagger. Their legs weaken, their breath grows shallow. The horses, symbols of Egypt's might, collapse in dust. Donkeys bray once, then lie still. Sheep fold upon the ground, no longer rising. The very fields that once rang with the sounds of herds now echo with silence. Death walks across Egypt's plains. For Egypt, this is more than loss of animals. It is loss of power, of food, of wealth. The oxen that plough the fields, the camels that bear burdens, the sheep that give wool, the cattle that provide milk and meat, all fall before the hand of the Lord. The wealth of Egypt lies in heaps, lifeless under the sun. Yet in the land of Goshen, where Israel dwells, not a single beast is touched. Their herds graze unharmed, their flocks rest in peace. The separation is undeniable. Egypt watches as its strength crumbles, while Israel remains whole. And still Pharaoh refuses. He sends messengers to look, to see if the word is true. They return with the report. Not one of the livestock of Israel is dead. But Pharaoh's heart is hard. He does not yield. The judgment deepens. The Lord commands Moses and Aaron, "Take for yourselves handfuls of ashes from a furnace, and let Moses scatter it toward the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh." They obey. They stand before the king, ashes in hand. Moses lifts his arm, his fingers open, and the black dust rises into the air. The wind takes it, carries it high, scatters it across the land. What begins as ash becomes torment. It settles upon the skin of man and beast alike. It clings to the flesh, and where it falls, boils break forth. Pain erupts in blisters, swelling and burning. Egyptians cry out, scratching their sores, covering their faces. Animals groan under the weight of the same affliction. The plague touches every house, every courtyard, every field. Even the magicians, who once stood proudly to imitate Moses, now shrink away. Their bodies, too, are covered in sores. They cannot stand before Pharaoh, cannot speak, cannot lift their hands. Their pride is crushed, their art silenced. The gods they called upon remain silent. The ashes spread like a dark memory, carried on the breath of the land. It is as if Egypt itself is covered in sickness. The strong bend, the proud weep, the mighty hide their faces. But Pharaoh does not bow. His skin burns, his people writhe, his land suffers, and still he clings to defiance. His heart is a wall that no pain can break, no loss can soften. He sees his fields empty, his animals dead, his magicians broken, his people groaning. Yet his will remains closed. This moment marks a deepening of judgment, for it is no longer just the river or the air or the beasts of the field. Now it is the flesh of Egypt itself. The judgment is no longer around them, but upon them. Every man carries the plague in his body. Every breath mingles with suffering. Yet Pharaoh refuses to listen. The people must wonder. They whisper in fear, "How much more can the land endure? If even their skin is not safe, what remains untouched?" Egypt is unraveling, thread by thread, and still their king holds the cord tight, unwilling to let it go. Night falls heavy on the land. Fires burn in furnaces, but no warmth brings comfort. The cries of animals once silenced by death are replaced by the cries of men and women, their pain echoing through the streets. Ashes, once cast into the sky, now seem to fall upon every soul. And yet the Hebrews walk untouched. Their herds remain strong, their children play, their skin unmarked. It is not by their strength, but by the hand of the God who has drawn a line between his people and the oppressor. This is the pattern of Egypt's suffering: mercy offered, pride resisting, judgment falling, separation revealed. The cycle repeats, each time deeper, each time sharper, each time closer to the breaking of Pharaoh's pride. But Pharaoh's heart is not yet broken. It remains stone, though the land itself cracks. The cattle lie still. The saws burn. The magicians hide. The people cry. And Pharaoh hardens his heart. Egypt waits in the silence after pain, knowing another word will come. The sky that scattered ashes will soon carry a different weight. A storm not of dust, but of fire mingled with ice. The fields are emptied, the flesh is wounded, yet Pharaoh does not bend. And soon the heavens themselves will open, thundering down hail and flame upon a land already trembling. The sky darkens, heavy with a weight Egypt has never known. Clouds gather in the heights, swelling like waters behind a dam. The air thickens, charged with a strange fire. Farmers look upward, their tools still in their hands, as the heavens seem to draw in breath. And then, without warning, the breath is released. Hail falls, not the soft frost that sometimes brushes the land in rare winters, but stones of ice, sharp, jagged, deadly. Each one strikes with the crack of a hammer, splintering branches, shattering clay vessels, breaking bones of animals caught beneath the open sky. The hail does not fall alone. Fire flashes among the ice, lightning weaving through the storm like threads of flame. The Egyptians stand in awe, their cries lost beneath the roar. The earth is struck from above, and below, heaven and storm clasping hands in judgment. Fields that yesterday were green and promising are broken today. Flax and barley, near harvest, lie flattened, bruised beyond recovery. Trees, once proud, stand stripped and broken. The Nile, which gave Egypt its food and fame, cannot shield the land from the wrath that falls from above. Pharaoh's palace shakes with thunder, his windows rattling as if the very gods of Egypt had turned against him. Amid the fury, Moses stands again before Pharaoh. His words are the same refrain, "Let the people go, that they may serve the Lord." The king, trembling but unyielding, bargains with half-promises. He admits his sin, pleads for mercy, but when the thunder ceases and the hail withdraws, pride rises again within him like a serpent uncoiling. Mercy given becomes mercy spurned. His lips harden, his heart too. The storm has passed, but the storm within Pharaoh remains. Yet the judgment is not complete. The land is broken but not destroyed. Some grain remains, the wheat and spelt not yet grown. Grass struggles upward in the fields, blades of green pushing through the wreckage. Egypt sighs in fragile relief, believing that time and toil might yet restore what has been lost. But Moses comes again, his staff in his hand, his voice carrying a warning. If Pharaoh does not yield, a greater swarm will descend, one that eats what the hail has spared. Pharaoh's servants, weary and worn, whisper among themselves. They have seen the rivers turn to blood, the frogs swarm, the dust become gnats, the air thicken with flies, the livestock die, the skin boil, the hail and fire tear the land. They see the pattern, they feel the weight of the unseen hand. Some plead with Pharaoh, their voices breaking. Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Do you not yet understand that Egypt is destroyed? Their words echo in the palace chambers like the cry of doves, yet the king is slow to bend. And then it begins. The horizon darkens again, not with storm clouds, but with something stranger. A living veil approaches, thick and shifting. Wings beat in waves, a steady hum that grows into a roar. Locusts, countless as grains of sand, pour into the land. They rise like smoke, descend like rain, settle like a flood. Every stalk of wheat, every leaf upon the vine, every green blade that has struggled back to life is consumed. Branches are stripped bare until they crack with emptiness. Vineyards become skeletons. The earth is not only wounded, it is barren. Egypt weeps. The groan of the land is not only in its fields, but in its kitchens, its marketplaces, its homes. Mothers look at their children and wonder what bread will remain to feed them. The Nile flows as always, but its bounty is gone. The barns are empty, the cattle thin, the storehouses hollow. Pharaoh summons Moses and Aaron again, his pride bruised, his spirit worn. His words shift like sand. Let the men go, he says, but leave the women and children. Let the strong depart, but let the heart of Israel remain bound. Moses answers with the steadiness of stone. Not a hoof shall be left behind. This is not a journey for some but for all. Pharaoh's anger ignites, and he drives Moses from his presence, his voice shaking with fury. Yet outside the palace, the locusts continue their feast, Egypt stripped to its bones. The land lies silent when they depart, a silence more terrible than the storm. The fields are no longer green, but grey with desolation. The people of Egypt walk among the ruins, their steps slow, their hearts heavy. They carry the memory of what was, the bread that once filled their mouths, the wine that once filled their cups, the song of harvest that once filled their days. All is quiet now, the quiet of hunger, the quiet of waiting for what more might come. Through it all, Pharaoh's heart remains chained. His people suffer, his land crumbles, but pride holds him as tightly as the throne beneath him. Pride, the last fortress of a man who cannot yield. Each plague is a hammer against that fortress, each judgment a crack in the stone. Yet the heart of Pharaoh, though battered, does not yet break. The story of Egypt in these days is not only of storms and swarms, but of mercy offered and mercy refused. Again and again a hand is extended, and again it is brushed aside. Pride blinds Pharaoh's eyes to the ruin around him, to the pleas of his people, to the clear voice of God. He stands in the wreckage of his land, yet still he clings to power as if it were life itself. And so the stage is set for what follows. Egypt is a land of broken harvests, empty granaries, wounded pride. The Nile still flows, the pyramids still stand, the temples still gleam in the sun. but beneath the grandeur lies weakness. The people whisper in fear, their prayers rise unanswered to silent idols. Pharaoh sits upon his throne, robed in gold, yet within him gnaws the shadow of doubt he will not name. The hail has fallen, the locusts have devoured. But the story is not yet done. The plagues are not merely judgments upon Egypt, but lessons written in the heart of history. They show what pride can cost, how mercy can be rejected, how power can be a chain as heavy as slavery. Egypt stands at the edge of surrender, but Pharaoh's pride holds the balance. And beyond the horizon, the darkness stirs again. The land lies stripped and hollow, pride standing where harvest once grew. Yet even in ruin, Pharaoh's heart remains hard. Soon, the sun itself will bow, and Egypt will learn what it means to walk in darkness. The land of Egypt has known the brilliance of sunrises over the Nile, gold spreading across the waters, priests lifting their eyes toward Ra, the sun god they called eternal. The fields, the palaces, the very lifeblood of Egypt are shaped by the rhythm of light. Yet now that light is taken away. The ninth plague descends not with sound or storm, not with hail or locust wings, but with something heavier, more suffocating, silence made visible. Darkness spreads, not the gentle dark of night, where stars pierce through, but a weight, a veil thick enough to press against the skin. Scripture tells us it lasts 3 days, a darkness that may be felt. Imagine it, torches lit, yet their flames give no glow. Lamps lifted high, yet the wick burns without light. Pharaoh's palace lies in stillness, servants groping for walls, children whimpering where they sit. Markets fall silent, ovens grow cold, no work is done, for no man can see his neighbor. The proud cities of Egypt lie like tombs, bound not by stone but by absence of day. And in Goshen, where Israel dwells, there is light. Not the light of torches or lanterns, but the ordinary daylight, steady and unmarred. While Egypt stumbles in blindness, Israel sees a sign of separation more striking than any swarm or storm. In this quiet division, God makes his mark. Egypt and Israel are not the same. 3 days, an eternity when measured in blindness. Time stretches, hours crawl, hunger gnaws. Parents hush children who do not understand why morning never comes. Animals lie restless, confused in the endless night. The Nile flows, but unseen. Temples stand, but their gods give no answer. For Egypt, whose life is ordered by the sun, this plague strikes at the heart of faith and power. Their god Ra is silent. Their rituals cannot lift the veil. Pharaoh, whose throne is tied to divine order, sits powerless in a kingdom smothered. The empire of light is swallowed whole by shadow. It is not only the body that suffers, but the spirit. Darkness brings more than blindness. It brings memory. The mind wanders into fear, into guilt, into whispers that cannot be pushed away. In the unseen, each man faces himself. Yet Pharaoh's heart, though pressed by silence and shadow, does not break. He summons Moses and Aaron, his voice carrying through the gloom. "Go," he says, "worship the Lord. Take your little ones also." But even here, he withholds. He will not allow their flocks and herds to go. His bargaining heart still clings to control, as if compromise can outlast judgment. Moses answers firmly, "You must also let us have sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. Our livestock also must go with us, not a hoof shall be left behind." For Israel's journey cannot be half measured. Worship is not negotiated. Pharaoh, still cloaked in darkness, grows hard. Rage burns where light does not. "Get away from me," he cries. Take care never to see my face again, for on the day you see my face you shall die." And Moses, standing as calmly as the silence around him, replies, "As you say, I will not see your face again." The ninth plague closes not with relief, but with dread. The darkness lifts. Yet what follows it is heavier still, the shadow of death, waiting at the threshold of Egypt's doors. But pause here, in the hush of those 3 days. The weight of such silence carries lessons deeper than the Nile's waters. Light is something we count as certain, rising each morning, setting each night. But in Egypt's judgment, that certainty is withdrawn. Darkness reminds humanity of its frailty, that even the sun, the daily promise of the world, is not sovereign. It is striking that light remains in Goshen. Israel's camp is not smothered in the shadow. God draws a boundary, visible to the blind, clear to the doubting. In Egypt's despair, Israel sees with clarity. Light becomes not only a gift but a sign that God distinguishes, that his covenant people walk in brightness even when nations stumble. This plague, more than others, speaks not only to the body but to the soul. Water turned to blood can be tasted, frogs and gnats can be seen, hail can be felt, but darkness touches the spirit in its lowliness. It is the stripping away of vision, of orientation, of power. It is exile within one's own home. The Egyptians must have waited, wondering if the darkness would ever end. They did not know it would last 3 days. To them, it might have seemed endless, a new order of the world. The loss of light is the loss of time, of seasons, of future. Every dawnless hour deepens despair. But the darkness does lift, though not by Egypt's hand. It passes, leaving behind a shaken nation and a king whose pride holds firm. For Pharaoh's heart is darker still than the night he has endured. The plagues press, but his will resists. He bargains, he rages, he hardens. Judgment circles closer, waiting for the last word, the final blow. In Israel's tents, the memory of those days of darkness remains. The children ask, "Why did the sun not rise over Egypt?" The parents answer, "Because the Lord showed us his hand." It is not only deliverance that Israel learns, but separation, that God's people are marked by his presence, light in the shadow, clarity in the blindness of nations. 3 days of darkness become a parable written across Egypt's land. That power cannot summon light, and pride cannot hold back judgment. The sun belongs not to Pharaoh, nor to Ra, nor to the empire of Egypt. The sun rises because God commands it, and when he withholds even for 3 days, the world trembles. The darkness lifts, but its echo lingers. For what follows night without dawn is the cry of midnight, the shadow of death drawing near. Night stretches over Egypt, heavy with an unseen weight. The days of plagues have come and gone, each one striking deeper than the last, yet Pharaoh's heart remains sealed in its pride. The rivers have bled, the fields have burned, the sky has darkened, and still he resists. But now the final word is spoken. The last plague stands at the threshold, and no wall, no throne, no ritual will keep it away. Moses has spoken before Pharaoh with the solemnity of a man carrying words not his own. "Thus says the Lord, about midnight I will go out in the midst of Egypt, and every firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die. From the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne, even to the firstborn of the slave girl who is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of the cattle." It is not threat but certainty. The silence of the 9th plague has prepared the stage for this night of cries. And yet, alongside judgment, there is instruction. for Israel must be ready. The Lord speaks to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, giving not only warning, but ritual, memory, and covenant. This night is not only about deliverance, but about the shaping of a people. The month is to be the beginning of months, the first of their year. On the 10th day, each household is to take a lamb, without blemish, a male a year old. If the household is too small, neighbours may share. For 4 days, the lamb is kept, near enough for the children to see, near enough for hearts to grow attached. And then, on the 14th day, as twilight falls, the lamb is slain, its blood is taken with hyssop and brushed upon the doorposts and lintel of every Israelite home. Its flesh is roasted by fire, eaten with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Nothing is left until morning. Cloaks are tied around waists, sandals strapped on feet, staffs held in hand. This is no leisurely feast. It is eaten in haste, for it is the Lord's Passover. The blood upon the door is not decoration, not ritual for the eye. It is a sign. The Lord says, "When I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you." Safety is not in walls or wealth, not in strength of arms, but in the obedience of faith. The lamb takes the place of the firstborn, its blood marking the householders spared, and so the night deepens. In Egyptian houses, lamps burn low. Perhaps some speak in whispers, uneasy after so many plagues. Though Pharaoh has commanded them to ignore the words of Moses, mothers hold their firstborn close, fathers pace with unease. In Israelite dwellings, the lamb has been eaten. Sandals remain upon feet, bags are packed. Bread without leaven waits for the journey. Doorposts glisten red in the fading twilight. Children ask, "Why this night? Why this blood?" And fathers answer, "Because the Lord will pass over us." Midnight comes, the moment no man can delay. The destroyer moves through Egypt, and death enters where blood is absent. From the palace of Pharaoh to the lowliest prison cell, from the gilded cradle to the rough mat of the servant, the firstborn falls. Sons cherished, heirs awaited, babies cradled, all struck in the same breath of judgment. Even the firstborn of the cattle lie still in the fields. And then the sound. A cry rises, vast as the land itself, a chorus of grief unlike any before. It is not the wail of one house, but of every house touched by death, which is to say, nearly all of Egypt. The scripture says there was not a house where someone was not dead. The Nile has carried many laments, but none as piercing as this. It is louder than the buzzing of locusts, louder than the silence of darkness. It is the sound of a nation undone. Israel, meanwhile, sits in trembling silence. Behind blood-marked doors, families wait. They hear the cries beyond the walls, but within no hand is struck. Fathers clutch staffs, mothers soothe restless little ones, elders whisper prayers. They know the sound outside could have been theirs. They know deliverance is not earned, but given. In every cry of Egypt, they hear the mercy of God toward them. The night stretches and Egypt breaks. Pharaoh, whose heart had been iron, now shatters. He calls Moses and Aaron in haste, his words desperate, stripped of pride. "Up, go out from among my people, both you and the people of Israel, and go serve the Lord, as you have said. Take your flocks and your herds, as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also." The people of Egypt, too, urge them to leave quickly, fearing that all will die if Israel lingers. Gold and silver, jewelry and garments are pressed into Israelite hands, not as tribute but as release, as if Egypt seeks to purchase survival with its treasures. The wealth of the land shifts in a night. And the former slaves depart, not empty-handed, but laden with the riches of their oppressors. Yet the weight of the moment is not in silver or gold, but in memory. Israel departs a people changed. The night is to be remembered forever. God commands that it shall be a feast to the Lord throughout generations, an ordinance forever. The lamb, the bread without leaven, the bitter herbs, all are to be told and retold, so that children will ask, "What do you mean by this service?" And parents will answer, "It is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover, for he passed over the houses of the people of Israel in Egypt, when he struck the Egyptians but spared our houses." Thus, what begins as deliverance becomes liturgy. The Exodus is not only escape, but identity. Israel will never again be just a people of slaves. They are now a people of remembrance, bound together by blood and covenant. Still, for Egypt, the night leaves ruin. Pharaoh, who once declared, "Who is the Lord?" that I should obey his voice, now bends beneath the hand of the one he denied. The Nile flows on, but the houses along its banks are marked not with laughter, but with graves. Judgment has fallen and pride has broken. For Israel, dawn brings movement. More than 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children, rise and set out. Their bread is unleavened, for they were thrust out in haste and could not wait. Generations of bondage end in a single morning, and the road to promise begins. They carry not only belongings, but bones. The bones of Joseph, who long ago made them swear they would carry him from Egypt. Even in death, the promise of God is remembered. The night of death gives way to the morning of departure. Yet the cry of Egypt still echoes. Every step Israel takes away from Goshen is accompanied by memory. The memory of blood on doorposts, of wailing in the streets, of mercy shown in judgment. Freedom is not cheap, it is bought with death. And so, the chapter of slavery closes. Egypt broken, Israel redeemed, the Lord faithful. The cries of Egypt fade behind them, but the journey has only begun. Ahead waits the sea, vast and unbroken, a wall of water that will soon test the power of Pharaoh one final time. Morning breaks upon a nation in motion. Israel, long bound in chains, now walks free. Their feet press into unfamiliar paths, carrying the weight of haste. Cloaks are bound tight, staffs are gripped, and bundles of unleavened bread rest upon shoulders. No time was given for leaven to rise. The bread is the bread of urgency, of sudden deliverance. They carry also treasures, silver and gold pressed into their hands by Egyptians eager for their departure. A reversal unfolds. The oppressed leave not as beggars, but as a people provisioned by the very land that enslaved them. The numbers are vast. More than 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. Livestock follows in great herds, bleating and lowing. Infants cry, elders lean upon staffs, and the air is alive with a mixture of wonder and fear. For though the people march in freedom, the shadow of Egypt still lingers. Behind them lie the cries of the firstborn. Before them lies a wilderness unknown. The Lord himself goes before them, a pillar of cloud by day, a pillar of fire by night. The people look up and see in that towering sign both direction and protection. The journey is not theirs alone. They walk beneath a presence. Each step is steadied by the knowledge that the God who struck Egypt walks with them still. Yet freedom stirs Pharaoh's heart anew. In the quiet after grief, pride reawakens. He looks upon a land emptied of slaves, fields without labourers, cities without builders. His heart hardens again, and he rallies his chariots. 600 chosen chariots, with all the other chariots of Egypt, surge forward, driven by horsemen trained for war. The dust rises behind them like storm clouds, a tide of iron wheels and pounding hooves. Egypt will not release Israel so easily. Israel camps by the sea, the waters stretching vast and impassable before them. When the dust of Pharaoh's army appears on the horizon, fear spreads like fire through the tents. Cries rise, "Is it because there are no graves in Egypt that you have taken us away to die in the wilderness? What have you done to us, bringing us out of Egypt?" Panic grips hearts, for before them lies the sea and behind them death. Moses stands among them, his voice calm though the people tremble. "Fear not," he says. "Stand firm and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you shall never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be silent." His words hang like stillness in the wind. Then the Lord speaks to Moses. "Lift up your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it, that the people of Israel may go through the sea on dry ground." The pillar of cloud moves from before the people to stand behind them, a barrier between Israel and Egypt. Darkness falls on the Egyptian side, but light remains on the side of Israel. The night deepens, but within it a miracle begins. Moses stretches out his hand over the sea, and the Lord drives the waters back by a strong east wind all night. The waves pull away, drawn aside as though by invisible hands, until walls of water rise on the left and on the right. Between them lies not mud, but dry ground, a path where no path has ever been. The sea itself, once a barrier, becomes a corridor of deliverance. Israel steps forward. Mothers clutch their children, elders lean upon staffs, herds press close. Eyes widen at the towering walls of water, shimmering in the moonlight, their roar hushed into stillness. Each step is taken with trembling, yet each step is steady, for the ground is firm beneath their feet. The path is long, yet the people move, a river of humanity flowing through the heart of the sea. Behind them, Pharaoh gives chase. His chariots drive into the parted sea, the wheels grinding upon the dry seabed. The army of Egypt follows, but the Lord looks down from the pillar of fire and cloud and throws them into confusion. The wheels of the chariots swerve, sink, and drag. Soldiers shout in fear, "Let us flee from before Israel, for the Lord fights for them against the Egyptians." But there is no escape. As the last of Israel sets foot upon the far shore, the Lord commands Moses again, "Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the water may come back upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots and their horsemen." Moses lifts his hand, and the waters, long held back, return with fury. Walls collapse, waves surge, and the sea swallows Egypt's might. Chariots vanish beneath the flood. Horses thrash and sink, soldiers cry out, but the tide buries them all. Not one remains. The same path that bore Israel to freedom becomes the grave of Egypt's pride. And on the far shore, Israel stands. They watch the waters close, the horizon calm again, the waves hiding every trace of the army that pursued them. Silence lingers, heavy with awe. The people have seen salvation not in theory, but in flood and foam. They stand not as fugitives, but as a nation delivered. Then a song rises. Moses and the people lift their voices in a hymn that will echo through generations. "I will sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my song, and he has become my salvation." The song is not for Moses, nor for Israel's strength, but for the Lord who has acted. Verses flow like water, recounting his power, his deliverance, his promise. The people sing as those who have walked between walls of water, as those who have seen death undone before their eyes. Then Miriam the prophetess, sister of Aaron, takes a tambourine in her hand, and all the women go out after her with tambourines and dancing. She answers the song of Moses with her own refrain. Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea. The air rings with music. The shore becomes a sanctuary, and freedom takes its first breath in song. The sea that threatened to trap Israel has become the place of their deliverance. The waters that seemed their end have become their beginning. Egypt's chains are broken, its armies drowned, and Israel stands upon new ground, no longer slaves but pilgrims on the way to promise. The memory of that night will never leave them. Each wave that crashes upon the shore, each spray of water upon the wind, will remind them of the walls that once stood beside them. The sea is no longer just sea. It is testimony. On the far shore, their song fades into the desert wind. Ahead lies no longer the might of Pharaoh, but the emptiness of wilderness, where hunger, thirst, and testing will teach Israel that freedom is more than escape, it is trust. The wilderness, for all its silence, has a way of revealing what lies hidden within the hearts of those who travel through it. In the early days of the journey, the desert seems only an empty expanse, sand, heat, wind, and the long reach of sky. But in the stillness, danger gathers like a shadow at the edge of sight, and the quiet becomes the prelude to conflict. Amalek comes swiftly, a sudden storm born from the horizon, striking the weary travelers at their weakest point. It is a harsh reminder that even freedom has its enemies, and the path toward promise is never without trial. The attack begins without warning. A murmur of alarm rises from the outskirts of the camp as figures appear against the shimmering distance. Their approach a cloud of dust kicked up by determined feet. The people who only recently escaped from a great empire now face a far smaller foe, but one just as ruthless. Amalek does not come with politics or parley. He comes with intent to break, to scatter, to prove that the wilderness offers no refuge for the vulnerable. Panic stirs through the camp, moving faster than wind across the dunes. Mothers gather their children, elders brace themselves against sudden fear, and the young men, untrained and untested, step forward with trembling hands that clutch hastily gathered weapons. Their courage is still new, barely awakened, yet now demanded without mercy. The desert shifts beneath their feet, and the once quiet land becomes a place of tension, the air brittle with the threat of violence. Moses stands at the center of the growing fear, his presence steady as the staff he carries. He calls for Joshua, the young warrior whose strength has not yet been tempered by years, but whose loyalty burns bright. Moses instructs him to gather men and face Amalek head-on. Joshua nods, the weight of responsibility settling upon his shoulders. This is not a battle he sought, yet it is one he must now lead. As Joshua prepares the fighters, Moses climbs a nearby hill, accompanied only by Aaron and Hur. The ascent is slow, the path uneven, each step a quiet testament to the years already carried by the prophet. Age does not weaken his resolve, but it does mark his body, and the climb demands effort. Still Moses goes, for the battle will not be won by sword alone. There is something deeper at work, something unseen, something that resides in the space between earth and heaven. From the hilltop, the battlefield unfolds below like a shifting tapestry of movement and dust. Joshua's men engage Amalek's warriors with fierce, uncertain motions, driven by a mixture of fear and determination. The clash of metal, the cries of exertion, and the churn of feet blend into a harsh rhythm that beats against the stillness of the desert. The outcome wavers with each passing moment. Moses lifts his staff high, holding it toward the heavens, the same staff that once turned rivers to blood, summoned plagues, and parted the sea. Its presence becomes a bridge between the human struggle below and the divine strength above. As long as Moses' hands remain raised, Joshua and his men gain ground, pushing Amalek back step by step. Courage rises among them like a long-awaited breath, and their movements grow steady, unified. But Moses is old, and the battle stretches on. His arms begin to tremble under the weight of time and strain. Slowly, painfully, they falter, and as they lower, the tide of battle shifts. Amalek presses forward again, fierce and relentless, sensing opportunity in the wavering strength of their opponents. Fear spreads through Joshua's fighters, and the desert echoes with renewed struggle. Aaron and Hur watch Moses struggle, seeing the effort etched into his face. Without hesitation, they step to his side. Aaron takes one arm, Hur the other, supporting them with a tenderness born of shared purpose. They find a stone and place it beneath him so he may sit, but they do not release his arms. Instead, they hold them aloft, steady and unbroken, becoming the strength he can no longer carry alone. Below, the change is immediate. Joshua regains momentum, his men pressing forward with renewed resolve. The desert sun arcs slowly overhead, marking the long hours of conflict. Sweat darkens the dust on the warriors' faces. Their breaths come in ragged bursts, yet they do not yield. They fight not to conquer, but to survive, to protect the fragile hope that has only recently taken root. The day stretches on, and still Moses' hands remain lifted, upheld not by his own power, but by the support of those who stand with him. It is a quiet, unspoken miracle, not as dramatic as parted seas or raining bread, yet just as profound. Strength here is shared. Victory here is communal. The wilderness, harsh and unforgiving, becomes the place where unity reveals its deepest meaning. As the sun dips toward the horizon, the final turning of the battle becomes clear. Joshua's men drive Amalek back with decisive force, their cries rising like a final surge of determination. The enemy falters, breaks, and retreats into the distance, swallowed once more by the vastness of the land. The desert breathes again, the wind softening as though exhaling the tension held throughout the day. Night begins its slow descent as Moses lowers the staff at last, his arms falling with the weight of exhaustion and relief. The hill around him is quiet now, touched by the first coolness of evening. Aaron and Hur remain beside him, steady as ever, sharing in the stillness that follows victory. Below, the camp slowly comes back to life. Families emerging from hiding, the wounded tended, the fallen honored with tender care. God instructs Moses to write down what has happened, to record the memory of Amalek's challenge and Israel's deliverance. The event becomes a reminder that the wilderness is not merely a place of thirst and wandering, but also a place of trial and transformation. Where danger rises, trust must rise higher. Where strength falters, community must hold firm. Where fear threatens to break the heart, faith must mend it. The wilderness has revealed itself not just as a land to be crossed, but as a teacher, shaping a people who are learning, step by painful step, how to become more than survivors. They are becoming witnesses to a God who guides, protects, and remains present even when shadows descend. This battle, born from sudden threat, becomes part of their unfolding identity. And as the camp settles into the quiet of night, the people look towards Sinai's distant heights, unaware of the fire and wonder that soon await them. The sea is behind them now, closed as though it never split, its waves smoothing back into silence. Egypt's chariots are gone, swallowed beneath waters that sing no song for the dead. On the far shore, Israel had lifted their voices, tambourines and timbrels echoing, Miriam's song of triumph carried like a banner of wind. But songs cannot fill empty stomachs, nor can victory quench the dry ache of thirst. The wilderness stretches out ahead, wide, stony, and unyielding. Its silence is not like the silence of peace, but of emptiness, the kind of silence that magnifies every step and every sigh. In this silence, freedom begins to reveal its cost. Days lengthen beneath a sun that does not pity. Shadows retreat, and the sand gives no gift of coolness. At first, the people walk with the echo of deliverance still warm upon them. They recall the plagues, the sea, the pillar of cloud and fire that goes before them. But hunger is a sharper master than memory, and thirst louder than song. It begins with murmurs, quiet complaints, like the buzzing of insects at dusk. Then the murmurs gather strength, becoming words shaped by longing and despair. Would that we had died by the hand of the Lord in Egypt, some say, where pots of meat were full and bread was never lacking. But here, in this wilderness, he has brought us to starve. Moses hears it, the cry of a people freed but not yet formed, delivered but not yet trusting. Their chains are gone, but their hearts still carry Egypt within them. He feels the weight of their voices press upon him like the desert heat. And the Lord hears it too. But his answer is not anger. Instead, he promises bread, not bread from ovens, nor bread from grinding mills, but bread from heaven itself. Manna, a gift as strange as it is sustaining. At dawn, the dew falls thick upon the camp. When the sun lifts its pale face above the horizon, the dew lifts too, leaving behind small flakes thin as frost, delicate as snow upon the desert ground. The people see it and do not know its name. They ask one another, "What is it?" For never before had their eyes known such food. Moses tells them, "It is the bread the Lord has given you to eat." They gather, each according to his need, no more, no less. If one takes much, he finds nothing left over. If another takes little, he finds no lack. It is as though the food itself bends to each hand, measured not by weight, but by trust. They eat, and for the first time since Egypt, their hunger rests. But manna has its law, its rhythm. It is not to be stored, hoarded, or hidden. For when some try to keep it until morning, it spoils, crawling with worms, sour with decay. The bread is not given for keeping, but for daily trust. Only on the sixth day does the measure change. On that day, they gather twice as much, and the bread does not spoil, for the seventh day is rest. The manna itself teaches Sabbath, shaping a people to trust the giver more than the gift. So each morning, the people rise with the sun, bend low to the ground, and gather the food of heaven. It tastes like wafers made with honey, delicate yet strong enough to sustain a nation. Day after day, the miracle continues. Yet the desert tests more than hunger. After manna comes thirst. At Rephidim, the ground cracks with dryness, and there is no water to drink. Again, The murmurs rise, sharper now, tinged with anger. The people contend with Moses, crying, "Why did you bring us out of Egypt to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst?" The memory of Egypt haunts them. It's imagined plenty sweeter than the present trial. In the wilderness, even slavery can be remembered as comfort. Moses cries out to the Lord, weary, stretched thin by the burden of leading. And the Lord answers again with provision. He commands Moses to take the staff, the same staff that struck the Nile, the same staff lifted over the sea, and strike the rock at Horeb. Moses lifts the staff, the people watching, doubtful, restless. He brings it down against the stone, and from the rock, water bursts forth, clear and abundant, streaming across the thirsty ground. The people drink, cattle drink, children drink. The desert itself yields to the word of God, but the place is named Massah and Meribah, testing and quarrelling. For here the people asked, "Is the Lord among us or not?" The manna and the water do more than feed. They teach. Each crumb of bread, each drop of water whispers a lesson. Freedom is not ease, but dependence. Deliverance is not the end of trust, but the beginning of it. Egypt's fields and Nile's floods gave food that could be hoarded, stored, and counted as security. But here in the wilderness, there is only today's gift, only tomorrow's hope. The desert, vast and unyielding, becomes a classroom of faith. Its silence is the chalkboard, its hunger the lesson, its thirst the question. Day after day, Israel learns, slowly, unevenly, painfully, that to be God's people is not to be free from need, but to find need met in Him. And so they walk, sand beneath their feet, manna in their hands, water at their lips. Their story, now written not on papyrus or stone, but on the fragile parchment of trust. The wilderness is no accident. It is not delay, but design. A place where freedom sheds the skin of Egypt and learns to breathe the air of faith. A place where each dawn is not survival by self, but salvation by grace. The manna falls, the water flows, and the people walk forward, carrying more than bread in their hands. Carrying the slow, hard lessons of trust. Ahead lies a mountain, wrapped in cloud and fire, where the voice of God will speak again, not with bread or water, but with covenant words that will shape a nation. The wilderness lies still, yet in the heart of that stillness a mountain waits. Sinai rises, jagged and silent, a place that has stood since the earth's foundations were set. For generations it has been nothing more than stone and desert wind. But now, in the days of Israel's journey, it becomes the meeting place of heaven and earth. The people encamp at the foot of Sinai. After leaving Egypt with haste, after waters parted and closed, after hunger met bread from heaven, and thirst found water from stone, they are brought here, into a valley of waiting. The tents stretch wide, a sea of canvas and voices. Sheep bleat, children wander, fire crackles. Yet beneath it all, there is expectation. Something is drawing near. On the third new moon since Egypt, Moses ascends the slope of the mountain. Alone he climbs, his sandals pressing against rock, his breath carrying upward into thin air. There at the summit, the voice of the Lord comes to him, not in flame this time, not in staff or serpent, but in words that settle deep into his heart. Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob, and tell the people of Israel, you yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians, how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, you shall be my treasured possession among all peoples, For all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation." These are the words Moses carries back down the slopes. He gathers the elders, the leaders of tribes, the heads of households. He repeats the promise, the invitation. A nation set apart, belonging not to Pharaoh nor to themselves, but to the God who carried them. The people answer with one voice, "All that the Lord has spoken we will do." And so begins the covenant. Not merely freedom from Egypt, but a shaping of identity. Not only escape from chains, but the binding of themselves to a holy calling. Moses ascends again, carrying the people's reply. He brings their voices upward, offering them like incense into the mountain air. The Lord speaks again, telling him to prepare the people. They must consecrate themselves, wash their garments, abstain from all uncleanness, and set boundaries at the mountain's base. For on the third day the Lord will descend upon Sinai in the sight of all. And so the people wait. 2 days pass in trembling. Garments are washed, tents are quiet, boundaries are marked. No hand shall touch the mountain lest it die, whether beast or man. Fathers hold their children closer. Mothers whisper warnings. Even the air seems tense, as if creation itself waits to shudder. Then comes the third day. Morning breaks with thunder. Lightning splits the horizon, jagged against the sky. A thick cloud descends upon Sinai, dark and rolling, and a sound like a trumpet pierces the air. It begins low, like a murmur through stone, and grows louder, stretching, pressing, until hearts pound with its force. The people are led out of their tents, gathered at the mountain's base. They stand in rows, faces lifted, trembling. The ground quakes beneath them. Smoke rises from Sinai as if the mountain itself burns in a furnace. Flame licks the edges of stone, and the voice of the trumpet grows stronger, impossibly strong, echoing through marrow and bone. Then Moses speaks, and God answers him in thunder. The Lord descends upon the mountain, wrapped in fire and cloud. Moses is summoned upward again, climbing through smoke and quake. There, amid flame and darkness, God speaks to him the words that will shape a nation forever. The 10 words. "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image. You shall not bow down to them or serve them. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor, but the 7th is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. Honor your father and your mother. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness. You shall not covet." Each command falls like fire upon stone, like a hammer shaping a people. These are not merely rules, but covenant words, the heartbeat of holiness. They reach into every corner of life: worship, family, work, rest, justice, desire. A people who obey them will be set apart, marked by the God who freed them. Down below, the people witness the thunder and lightning, the sound of the trumpet, the mountain smoking. Fear grips them. They tremble, and they call to Moses, "You speak to us, and we will listen, but do not let God speak to us, lest we die." And Moses replies with gentleness, though his own heart shakes. "Do not be afraid, for God has come to test you, that the fear of him may be before you, that you may not sin." Yet the people keep their distance, standing far off. Only Moses draws near into the thick darkness where God is. There, further instructions are given, words of law and covenant that stretch beyond the 10, binding justice to worship, binding mercy to obedience. Altars of earth, commands of fairness, warnings against idolatry. A framework for a society unlike any other, where holiness touches both temple and field, both sacrifice and neighbor. Moses descends once more, bringing these words to the people. He writes them down, reads them aloud, and the people again respond. All that the Lord has spoken we will do, and we will be obedient. Then he builds an altar at the foot of the mountain. 12 pillars rise, one for each tribe of Israel. Young men offer burnt offerings and peace offerings. Moses takes half the blood and throws it against the altar, half he places in basins. He reads the book of the covenant, and the people again promise their obedience. Then he takes the blood, sprinkles it on the people, and declares, "Behold the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you in accordance with all these words." So it is sealed. With blood, with sacrifice, with trembling voices beneath a mountain of smoke. Afterward, Moses ascends again, not alone this time. Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and 70 of the elders join him partway. They behold God, and under his feet is something like a pavement of sapphire, clear as the sky itself. They eat and drink in his presence, awed yet unconsumed. Then Moses is called further still. "Come up to me on the mountain and wait there, that I may give you the tablets of stone, with the law and the commandment, which I have written for their instruction." So Moses rises higher, with Joshua as his assistant. The others remain below. A cloud covers the mountain for 6 days. On the 7th day, the voice of God calls Moses into the midst of the cloud. From the people's view below, the glory of the Lord appears like a devouring fire atop Sinai. And Moses enters the cloud, swallowed by holy flame. 40 days and 40 nights he remains there, not eating bread nor drinking water, but sustained by the presence of God. There the tablets of stone are given, written by the very finger of the Lord. There, patterns for the tabernacle are revealed, designs for gold and fabric, altars and lamps, a dwelling place for God among his people. The mountain stands silent beneath its cloud while the people wait below, days stretching into weeks. They do not yet know how frail their promises will prove, how quickly devotion will give way to doubt. For now, they wait, watching the mountain burn, while their leader lingers in fire and smoke. And so the covenant is sealed in thunder and flame, etched in stone and memory. Yet even as Moses lingers in the mountain's fire, the people's hearts begin to wander. What will they shape in the silence of waiting? The mountain still burns with cloud and fire, but below, time stretches long. Days turn into weeks, and weeks slip into 40. Moses remains upon the heights, hidden in the presence of God, sustained without bread or water, learning patterns for the tabernacle and carrying the weight of law inscribed by the divine hand. But the people below grow restless. The camp stirs with whispers, questions that lengthen into doubt. They look at the mountain, smouldering with unbroken fire, and fear presses in. As for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him. Their voices gather like a rising wind, circling toward Aaron, brother of Moses, left to guide them in his absence. They demand a God to lead them, a figure they can see, something they can touch. "Make us gods who shall go before us," they say, longing for certainty, for something tangible to anchor their wandering hearts. Aaron listens. He hesitates, but then his voice yields. "Take off the rings of gold that are in the ears of your wives, your sons, and your daughters." and bring them to me." Gold is stripped away, bracelets and earrings laid down in a heap. The fire consumes them, and from its flames, Aaron shapes an image, a calf of gold, a form both familiar and gleaming, echo of idols once seen in Egypt's land. When the people behold it, they cry out, "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." Aaron builds an altar before the calf, and he proclaims, "Tomorrow shall be a feast to the Lord." And so they rise early the next day, offering burnt offerings and bringing peace offerings. Yet their worship turns to play. They eat and drink, they sing and dance, circling the image of gold. A festival of rebellion rises in the shadow of the mountain that trembles with fire. High above, Moses still lingers with God. There, the tablets of the covenant are being given. 2 tablets of stone written on both sides, engraved by the very finger of the Lord. But suddenly, the voice of God breaks into the communion. "Go down, for your people, whom you brought up out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way that I commanded them. They have made for themselves a golden calf and have worshipped it." The words come with grief, but also with judgment. "Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may burn hot against them, and I may consume them, in order that I may make a great nation of you." Moses hears, and his heart trembles. Yet he does not step aside. He pleads before the Lord, interceding for the people who wait below. "O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you have brought out of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say, 'With evil intent did he bring them out, to kill them in the mountains and consume them from the face of the earth'? Turn from your burning anger and relent from this disaster against your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, to whom you swore by your own self." And the Lord relents from the disaster he had spoken of. Moses then turns, carrying the tablets in his hands. The stone is weighty, not only with its physical form, but with the covenant it bears. Joshua waits partway down the mountain, hearing noise from the camp. "There is a sound of war," he says, but Moses knows better. His face is set in sorrow. It is not the sound of victory or the sound of defeat, but the sound of singing that I hear. As they draw nearer, the scene unfolds: the golden calf, the altar, the dancing crowd, voices raised in celebration of rebellion. Moses' heart breaks with anger and grief. He lifts the tablets high, the covenant of God carved into stone, and he casts them down at the foot of the mountain. They shatter upon the ground, broken as the people's obedience has been broken. The fragments scatter, echoing the fracture between God and his people. Then Moses seizes the calf they made. He burns it with fire, grinds it to powder, scatters the dust on the water, and makes the Israelites drink it, forcing them to taste the bitterness of their sin. He turns to Aaron, his brother, the one who should have stood firm. "What did this people do to you, that you have brought such a great sin upon them?" Aaron's words falter, filled with excuse. "You know the people, that they are set on evil. They said to me, 'Make us gods who shall go before us.' So I said to them, 'Let any who have gold take it off.' So they gave it to me, and I threw it into the fire, and out came this calf." But Moses does not answer with laughter. The weight of sin presses too heavily. He sees the people unrestrained, their worship turned to shame, and he knows the covenant has been betrayed. So he stands at the camp's entrance and calls, "Who is on the Lord's side? Come to me." The sons of Levi gather around him, choosing holiness over rebellion. Moses commands them to go through the camp, striking down brother and friend and neighbor. 3,000 fall that day, a sorrowful judgment that burns away the corruption spreading like fire. The next morning, Moses speaks again to the people. His voice is heavy with grief. You have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin. So he ascends once more, climbing the weary slope, returning into the cloud. He pleads with the Lord in words that break with humility. Alas, this people has sinned a great sin. They have made for themselves gods of gold. But now, if you will forgive their sin, please forgive. But if not, blot me out of your book that you have written. The Lord answers with justice. Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot out of my book. But now go, lead the people to the place about which I have spoken to you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I will visit their sin upon them. A plague strikes the people as consequence for what was done with the calf. Yet still, mercy threads through judgment. The nation is not destroyed. The covenant, though broken, is not abandoned. God chooses to remain, though the path ahead will be heavy with discipline. Moses descends again, his face weary, his hands empty. The tablets lie shattered at the mountain's base, a reminder of how fragile obedience can be. The people wait in silence now, chastened by grief, knowing they have been spared but not without wound. The desert stretches ahead, but so does hope. For Moses will return to the heights once more. The tablets will be cut again. The covenant will be renewed. But trust will be tested, and mercy will be sought again and again as a people learn what it means to walk with a God who is holy. The fragments of stone lie broken, but the story does not end in shards. Another ascent awaits, another carving of covenant. In the quiet after wrath, the question lingers. Will the people hold fast this time, or will their hearts wander again in the wilderness? The desert is wide, its winds carrying both silence and sand, but in its midst a people move, carrying not only bread from heaven, but also instructions spoken from fire. Upon the mountain, where the cloud rested and Moses lingered, God gave not only law written on stone, but also a vision of dwelling, a place where the Holy One would meet his people, not in thunder from afar, but in nearness among their tents. It begins with a call for offering. Moses speaks to the people, his voice echoing across the camp. This is the contribution that the Lord has commanded. Take from among you a contribution to the Lord. Whoever is of a willing heart, let him bring the Lord's contribution. And so they come, men and women, leaders and laborers, each carrying what they have. Gold and silver, bronze and blue thread, purple and scarlet yarn, fine linen and goat's hair, tanned ram skins and acacia wood. Oil for the lamp, spices for the anointing oil, precious stones for setting. What once adorned ears and hands, what once lay in plunder from Egypt, now becomes an offering for God's dwelling. The people bring so much that Moses must command them to stop. Their willingness overflows beyond what is needed. Hands that once molded a calf of gold now shape a sanctuary for glory. Into this work step Bezalel and Oholiab, men filled with the Spirit of God, with skill and knowledge for every craft. Bezalel, of the tribe of Judah, is named to oversee, gifted in design and workmanship. Oholiab, of the tribe of Dan, is called to assist, to teach and guide. Together with every skilled craftsman whose heart is stirred, they begin the holy labor. Day by day, The tabernacle takes form. Curtains are woven, 10 panels of fine linen embroidered with cherubim, blue and purple and scarlet threads shimmering in the desert sun. Loops of blue cord and clasps of gold join them together, stretching wide to form the tent's covering. Goat's hair curtains layer above, with tanned rams' skins and hides completing the roof. Frames of acacia wood stand upright, 20 on each side, fitted with silver bases and golden rings. Crossbars of wood overlaid with gold bind them into strength. The structure rises, not of stone, but of fabric and wood, light enough to carry, strong enough to endure. Within, 2 chambers are prepared, the holy place where lampstand and table and altar of incense will stand, and beyond the veil, the most holy place, where only one may enter, and that but once in a year. The veil itself is woven of blue and purple and scarlet yarn, with cherubim worked skillfully upon it, separating the holy from the most holy. The ark is crafted with care, acacia wood overlaid with gold, a crown of moulding around it, 4 rings of gold, poles to carry it, and upon it, the mercy seat of pure gold, with 2 cherubim stretching wings toward one another, faces turned to gaze upon the seat. It is here, between the wings of angels, that the presence of God will speak. The table for bread is fashioned, wood overlaid with gold, with rings and poles for carrying. Upon it will rest the bread of the presence, set before the Lord continually. The lampstand is hammered from a single piece of pure gold, its branches spreading with cups shaped like almond blossoms, with buds and flowers. 7 lamps rise from it, casting light upon the holy place. An altar of incense stands before the veil, square and golden, where fragrant smoke will rise as a symbol of prayer. Another altar, larger and of bronze, stands outside for burnt offerings, its horns at each corner, its grate for fire. The courtyard is enclosed with fine linen hangings, 100 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, with pillars of bronze and bases of silver. The entrance curtain is embroidered in blue and purple and scarlet, welcoming those who come to worship. Garments too are made for Aaron and his sons, who will minister as priests. The ephod is woven with gold and thread of blue, purple, and scarlet, with stones engraved for the tribes of Israel upon its shoulders. The breastpiece holds 12 stones, each engraved with the name of a tribe, carried upon the heart of the high priest as he enters the holy place. The robe is blue, with bells of gold and pomegranates upon its hem, so that its sound may be heard as he ministers before the Lord. The work is long, yet each part is finished as the Lord commanded Moses. When all is done, the people bring their work to Moses. The tent, the frames, the coverings, the ark and its poles, the table, the lampstand, the altars, the garments. Moses inspects the work, and behold, they have done it just as the Lord commanded. And Moses blesses them. Then, on the 1st day of the 1st month, in the 2nd year since leaving Egypt, the tabernacle is set up. Moses erects the frames, sets the bases, fastens the bars, raises the pillars. He spreads the tent over the tabernacle, places the ark inside, hangs the veil, sets the table and the lampstand, arranges the bread, lights the lamps. He places the golden altar before the veil, burns incense upon it, sets the bronze altar before the entrance, offers burnt offering and grain offering. He sets the basin between tent and altar, fills it with water for washing. He raises the courtyard around it, hangs the screen at its gate. So Moses finishes the work. Then it happens. The cloud covers the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord fills the tabernacle. The presence that once thundered on Sinai, that once burned in fire and smoke, now rests in fabric and wood among the tents of men. Moses cannot enter, for the glory is too great, the cloud too thick. But all Israel sees it, the cloud covering by day, the fire burning in it by night. From that day forward, whenever the cloud lifts, the people set out. Whenever it remains, they remain. In all their journeys, the cloud of the Lord rests upon the tabernacle by day, and fire within it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel. God is no longer distant thunder upon a mountain, but dwelling among his people, holiness in their midst. The tabernacle becomes the heartbeat of the camp, the sign that they are not abandoned in the wilderness, but guided and guarded by the presence of the Lord. The glory descends, resting not on heights unreachable, but among tents in the desert. Yet the wilderness still stretches wide, and years of wandering await. In the presence that stays with them, will their hearts learn to stay faithful too? The camp begins to move again, leaving Sinai behind in a wavering trail of dust. The mountain grows smaller with each step, shrinking into memory, its solemn weight lingering in the minds of those who once trembled beneath its fiery voice. Ahead stretches the wide, unknown wilderness, open, pale, restless beneath the sun. The people follow the pillar of cloud, its soft, hovering form drifting before them like a shepherd leading hesitant sheep. But as the days unfold, the soft awe of Sinai begins to thin. The hush that followed the giving of the commandments slowly fades into something more brittle, more human. The people's steps grow weary. Their hands tire. Their hearts, once stunned by revelation, begin to settle back into familiar patterns. Patterns filled with longing, impatience, and the small, sharp seeds of discontent. It begins quietly, almost imperceptibly. A sigh here, a complaint there, words spoken under breath but carried far by the desert wind. The wilderness is wide, but it feels tight around them. Heat presses down like an invisible hand. Dust clings to sandals, ankles, tunics, weaving itself into every crease of fabric, every fold of thought. When the people stop to rest, many sink onto the ground with the exhaustion of those who have walked farther than their spirits feel ready for. They remember the comfort of settled places, the steady rhythm of predictable days, the taste of things no longer within reach, and so murmuring spreads, soft at first, then gathering strength like a spark finding tinder. It isn't one voice. It isn't one moment. It is the collective hum of frustration rising from people who have begun to forget the closeness of the one who leads them. The complaints swirl in the air like dust devils, circling, rising, falling, and rising again. We tire, some whisper. The way is hard, others mutter. Why must we travel this path? Comes the unspoken question woven through many hearts. Moses hears the sound of their discontent as surely as he hears the wind. He walks through the camp and feels the shift, the subtle change in mood, the shadow that grows when gratitude loosens its grip. His face furrows, not from anger, but from sorrow. He knows where complaint can lead. He has seen fear take shape in the people before, shaping itself into rebellion, into doubt, into choices that wound both spirit and community. But the murmuring continues, growing like an echo bouncing off the hard walls of the desert. Then it happens, sudden, fierce, undeniable. A fire ignites at the outskirts of the camp. It arrives not like a spreading flame carried by dry grass or wind, but like a burst of judgment itself, a consuming, scorching presence that touches the edges where the tents thin into open space. There is no spark, no lightning, no natural cause. It simply appears, blazing with a force that startles even the stones. The people cry out, shouts rise, urgent and raw. Fear sweeps through the camp like a wave. The fire burns bright enough that faces glow with its reflection. Those nearest the edges retreat inward, stumbling, calling for help, for mercy, for Moses. The flames roar, though the air is still, they crackle though no branches feed them. It is a fire that obeys no natural law, a fire that listens only to the one who commands it. Scripture does not say how many feel the heat. It does not give numbers. It gives only a word. Many, enough to know that hearts pound with the terror of those who stand close to judgment's touch. Moses steps forward, his voice rising not with panic but with pleading. He cries out to the Lord, his words carried upward like a desperate prayer wrapped in humility, and the fire, as suddenly as it began, relents. Its brightness dims, its roar softens, the last flames flicker and vanish as though swallowed into the earth itself. The smoke lifts in thin threads, curling toward the sky before disappearing entirely. Silence follows, heavy, breathless, thick with the awareness of what has happened. The people remain still, as though any movement might draw the fire back. For a long moment, the only sound is the wind dragging its low hymns across the sand. Then slowly, voices rise again, not in complaint, but in awe, in trembling realization of how near they had come to disaster. They name the place Taberah, burning, so the memory will not fade. The name settles over the camp like a marker, a reminder of the danger of letting ingratitude take root. Children whisper the name to one another in quiet wonder. Elders speak it with solemn nods. Mothers hold their little ones closer, thankful the flames did not reach further. And in the aftermath, something shifts. The people tread more carefully. Their voices soften. Their movements take on a humble rhythm, as though each step must carry respect for the one who travels with them, who sees not only their actions but the undercurrents of their hearts. When the pillar of cloud begins to move again, the camp follows with a hush upon it, not fear alone, but understanding. They walk through the wilderness with a new awareness that complaint, once stirred, can become something heavier than it first appears. They sense that the desert itself teaches lessons, some gentle, some fierce, all shaping them into a people meant to trust beyond what they see. At night, the fire that guides them glows with a steady, comforting warmth, a contrast to the consuming flame they witnessed at Taberah. Children gaze at it with renewed reverence. Adults bow their heads in quiet reflection. The memory of the burning lingers, not to terrify, but to remind, a boundary set by mercy as much as judgment. The wilderness swallows their footprints, as it always does, leaving no physical trace of the fear or the fire. But the memory remains etched inside them. They move with a quietness that settles over the camp like a thin, cooling blanket at dusk. Voices that once carried complaint now carry gratitude, or at least restraint. Taberah becomes a whispered story, a moment of heat that taught them the cost of forgetting the one who leads them. The journey continues, and the air feels different now, but soon desire will rise again, sharp and restless, leading the camp toward a place where hunger becomes a grave, the somber valley of Kibroth-hattaavah. The days after Taberah carry a strange quiet, as though the wilderness itself is holding its breath. The people move with caution, their steps softened by the memory of fire licking the edges of the camp. For a time, the hush holds. For a time, hearts move gently. But desire is a persistent visitor, and in the open spaces of the desert, it finds room to take root again. It begins with murmuring, not the sharp complaint that burst into flame before, but a deep, restless longing that stirs beneath the surface. The manna lies across the ground each morning like a soft snowfall, fine and delicate, enough for every family. They gather it, they grind it, they bake it. It sustains them day after day with quiet faithfulness. Yet the human heart, shaped by memory, often reaches backward when the present feels thin. We remember, they whisper. The word carries both sweetness and ache. They remember the fish they claim to have eaten freely in Egypt, though freedom was never theirs there. They remember cucumbers, melons, leeks, onions, garlic, flavors bright and varied, the tastes of a land that bound them but also fed them. Memory paints slavery with softer colors, reshaping chains into shadows, turning oppression into distant mist. Hunger for variety becomes hunger for the past. The longing grows. The craving sharpens. Desire spreads through the camp like a dry wind, stirring embers not yet cooled from Taberah's fire. Soon the murmuring becomes open weeping. The sound ripples through the families, a chorus of dissatisfaction rising in waves. Their tents, once quiet with reflection, now echo with a single question: who will give us meat to eat? The manna, once a miracle, becomes in their eyes a monotony. There is nothing at all, they say, besides this manna before our eyes. Moses hears the crying. It fills the camp like a storm without rain, heavy and unrelenting. The sound presses on him until it becomes a weight he feels in his chest. He goes before the Lord, weary, overwhelmed, carrying the burden of a people who hunger for what they do not need. His words pour out raw, honest, trembling. I am not able to carry all this people alone, he confesses. The burden is too heavy for me. And the Lord answers, not with fire this time, but with instruction. 70 elders will share the load with Moses, receiving a portion of the Spirit, so the burden is not his alone. And meat, the very thing the people crave, will come, not for a day, nor 2, nor 5, nor 10, nor 20, but for a month, until it comes out of their nostrils, until it becomes loathsome to them, because their desire is not for food alone, but for something deeper, something twisted by ingratitude. The next day the wind shifts. It comes from the sea, strong and steady, carrying with it a thrumming sense of expectation. The cloud above the camp does not move, but the air fills with motion, a wind gathering more than sand. Then the quail appear. They come in waves, low-flying, thick, settling across the ground in such abundance that the camp seems surrounded by living tide. Scripture says they fall about a day's journey on either side and 2 cubits deep. An overwhelming, inescapable plenty. The people rush out. Desire flares into frenzy. They gather the quail all day, all night, all the next day. Every family gathers more than enough. More than enough becomes far too much. They heap the birds in piles, drying them, preparing them, delighting in the abundance their hunger has summoned. But abundance is not always blessing. Before the meat is even chewed, before satisfaction settles into their bodies, a plague rises among them. Scripture does not say how many fall, only that the people who had the craving are struck. The camp that had filled with the scent of meat now fills with grief. The joy of abundance becomes a snare, trapping hearts that reached for more than they were meant to hold. The plague moves swiftly, silently, mercilessly. Families wail. Mothers cling to children. Fathers bow their heads under the weight of sorrow. The graves begin to form, quiet mounds of earth marking the place where Craving ended in death. They name the place Kibroth-hattaavah, the graves of Craving. The name sinks into the land like a scar, a reminder carved deep into the memory of the people. When the plague subsides, a heavy stillness settles over the camp. The people move slowly, subdued, chastened by the sharp lesson the wilderness has taught. They look at the quail with a different gaze now, not longing, but caution. Gratitude begins to rise again, fragile as a young vine, curling its tendrils toward humility. The manna appears once more each morning, quiet and faithful, waiting to be gathered. This time, the people approach it with gentler steps. Their hands move with something closer to reverence. Each piece feels like a reminder of the one who sustains them not with variety, but with constancy. As they prepare to leave Kibroth-hattaavah, a somber hush hangs over the camp. The sky above is wide and blue, but beneath its bright expanse lies a valley of loss. The graves remain, a boundary drawn in earth and memory, marking the place where desire grew too loud and drowned out trust. Children walk past them in silence. Elders pause, eyes lowered. The lesson is written not only in the soil, but in the subdued rhythm of their steps. The pillar of cloud begins to move once more. The people follow. Their procession is slower, their voices muffled by reflection. They carry with them the weight of Craving's consequence, the sobering truth that longing can lead toward death just as easily as hunger can lead toward life. The wilderness stretches forward, still vast, still unknown, still filled with tests the people cannot yet see. But they walk, chastened, humbled, softened by the grief they leave behind. The sound of their steps blends with the desert wind, forming a quiet rhythm that feels almost like a prayer. Ahead lies Hazeroth. Another camp, another pause. Another moment when the story will shift again. And as they journey toward that new resting place, a whisper of tension gathers. For even among the closest bonds, jealousy will soon stir, and Miriam's voice will rise in a way that reshapes the camp once more. The desert holds its breath as the camp stirs in the pale morning light, tents shifting like muted sighs beneath a rising sun. Dust drifts upward with every footstep, soft as whispered doubts, and the murmurs of the people mingle with the wind's quiet wanderings. Here, in the long wandering between Egypt and promise, even the holiest hearts are not immune to shadows. Jealousy is not a storm that shouts. It is a small, simmering ember, glowing quietly until it finds something dry enough to claim. And so it begins with siblings who have walked beside Moses since the first, trembling steps of deliverance. Siblings who know his voice, his history, and his humanity. Miriam, the watcher of the riverbank, the singer of the sea, feels that ember spark within her. Aaron, the priest whose hands once trembled over golden calf and repentance alike, stands near her, unsure whether he is resisting the ember or feeding it. They speak softly at first, perhaps believing that quiet tones soften the truth of their envy. Has the Lord indeed spoken only through Moses? They ask the question like a needle slipped gently into cloth, hoping its sting remains unseen. But the desert hears everything. It carries words farther than their speakers intend, and the one who shaped the wind hears more deeply still. Moses, unaware of the murmurs at first, continues among the people, gentle in his leadership, heavy in his fatigue. His face is lined not with pride, but with the weight of intercession. The endless work of pleading for a nation that grows restless in sand and scarcity. Yet, even he cannot outrun the ripples that jealousy casts. The moment the Lord's voice breaks through the quiet, it does not come with thunder. Instead, it gathers like a solemn hush, drawing Moses, Miriam, and Aaron to the entrance of the tent of meeting. The cloud descends, luminous and still, as though the heavens themselves have stooped to listen. There is no anger in the air, only a grave clarity, like moonlight falling upon a hidden fault line. Moses stands silent, modest, almost fragile in the face of divine attention. Aaron's breath catches. Miriam, whose courage once braced her against Egypt's cruelty, now feels her heart buckle beneath the weight of truth. The Lord speaks of prophets and visions, dreams and whispers, and then speaks of Moses, the one entrusted not with riddles, but with the very nearness of the divine presence. It is not a speech meant to scold. It is a reminder of something deeper, a holiness that cannot be measured by proximity or shared blood. When the cloud lifts, the silence it leaves behind is sharper than any rebuke. Miriam gasps first. Her skin has turned pale as ashes, marked with the snow-white lesions of leprosy. The transformation is immediate, stunning the watching camp into wordless awe. Aaron turns toward her with horror expanding in his eyes, and whatever ember flickered in his heart extinguishes in an instant of grief. He falls toward Moses, pleading with a desperation that shakes the air. "Do not let the sin be upon us," he cries, "for we have acted foolishly." Moses listens, not with triumph or injury, but with a sorrow that feels older than the desert itself. He turns his face upward, offering the prayer that rises more quickly than breath. "Lord, please heal her." It is a short prayer, but it carries the full weight of brotherly love, of old shared memories, of the human ache for restoration. The reply is quiet but firm. Miriam must bear the shame of her moment of pride, not as punishment alone, but as reflection. She must be shut outside the camp for 7 days, a period of stillness, a pause in the momentum of journey and grievance. So Miriam goes out, not alone, but watched from a distance by the people who once followed her song through parted waters. The camp does not move forward. Tents remain grounded, fires burn low. Children ask questions in hushed voices. A nation waits for a woman to heal. 7 days is a small eternity in the wilderness. Time stretches like a long shadow, and every hour seems steeped in a kind of sacred patience. Miriam sits outside the camp, carrying both her ailment and the quiet lessons that settle upon her heart. She remembers once standing tall with tambourine in hand, leading women in dance upon the shores of triumph. Now she sits in dust, her strength stilled, her voice silent beneath the heavens' thoughtful gaze. Yet in her solitude, something softens. Pride dissolves like sand between open fingers. Gratitude begins to grow where envy once thrived. Inside the camp, Aaron moves more slowly than before. His gestures, once confident, now tremble with humility. He cares for the people with a quieter devotion, sensing more deeply the fragile line between leadership and self-importance. Moses visits the edge of the camp often, gazing toward the place where Miriam rests, his heart holding both grief and hope. The waiting binds the brothers and their people in an unexpected unity. A pause that teaches more than a sermon could. When the 7th day arrives, the morning unveils a changed Miriam. Her skin is restored, her strength gently renewed, though her eyes now carry a deeper understanding of her own spirit. she walks back toward the camp, and the people watch her return with a reverence that blends relief and reflection. Her presence becomes a quiet reminder that even those closest to sacred things are still human, still susceptible to longing, still in need of grace. The camp begins to move again, each tent lifted with new mindfulness. The people walk with slower steps, the dust rising softly underfoot. Miriam joins the procession, her steps measured, her heart humbled. No one speaks of the week explicitly, yet its memory lingers like a soft aftertaste on the desert air. The wilderness journey continues, but now with a hush around the edges, a gentleness carved from the weight of what pride can cost and what healing can restore. And as the camp presses onward, their shadows stretching thin across the sand, a quieter question settles among them. What lies ahead when the next test of the heart arrives, rising like another turning in the desert wind? The camp stirs in a muted hum, as if the desert itself holds its breath. Beyond the tents, the land stretches with the stillness of dawn, the horizon washed in pale gold. It is here, at this threshold, that Israel pauses. They have traveled far, through fire, through hunger, through the stern lessons of complaint and mercy. And now they stand on the edge of a promise older than their lifetimes. Canaan lies just beyond the unseen hills, a land spoken of in covenant whispers, a land flowing with milk and honey. And yet, the very closeness of fulfillment seems to press upon the people with a strange and trembling uncertainty. In this tender moment between hope and fear, Moses calls 12 men, one from each tribe. Familiar names, familiar faces, leaders chosen not by might, but by the quiet authority they already hold among their kin. Joshua, son of Nun, young yet steady, with eyes that hold more trust than doubt. Caleb, son of Jephunneh, whose heart is shaped not by fear but by remembrance of the God who parted seas. And 10 others, faithful, but human, men who feel the weight of expectation upon their shoulders like the desert heat. Moses sends them with a simple command, yet one heavy with destiny. Go up and see the land. The instruction is practical. Observe its fields, its cities, its people. But beneath the surface lies an unspoken plea. See what God has prepared for us. See so that we may believe. The 12 depart, stepping into the unknown with the soft crunch of sand beneath their feet. Once they cross the boundary between wilderness and promised land, the world changes. The hills lift higher, greener. Valleys open like gentle bowls filled with possibility. Streams cut through the earth in shimmering ribbons. It is as though the land itself sighs with life, welcoming yet guarded, ancient and waiting. For 40 days the 12 move through it, tracing its edges and its heart. They climb rugged slopes and look down upon cities fortified with stone walls thick as history. They walk fields where grapes swell heavy on the vine, where figs ripen beneath broad leaves, where pomegranates hang like small suns. They cut a cluster of grapes so immense it bends the pole they sling it on. 2 men straining beneath the weight of its abundance. The fruit is not merely provision. It is a testament, tangible proof of God's promise overflowing. But abundance is not the only thing they encounter. Giants, descendants of Anak, stride through their memories, tall enough to cast shadows that linger long after the men have passed. Fortified cities rise like silent sentinels, walls that seem to look back at the spies with a stern, unblinking gaze. Fear, subtle at first, begins to thread itself through the minds of 10 of the 12, soft as smoke but just as suffocating. As the spies return to the camp, dust curling around their feet. The people gather in an eager swell. Children peek around their mothers' robes. Elders lean forward, hands clasped. Hope fills the air like incense. Fragile, fragrant, waiting. The sight of the fruit alone stirs wide-eyed wonder. The cluster of grapes glistens in the sun like a promise no one dares to question. Then the reports begin. At first, all 12 speak together. The land is indeed flowing with milk and honey. A ripple of relieved murmur passes through the crowd. Shoulders loosen, smiles appear. But then the words shift, the tone catches. The 10 voices turn from wonder to dread, from delight to trembling. The people who live there are powerful. The cities are fortified and large. We saw the descendants of Anak there. Their voices fall like stones thrown into still water, sending widening rings of fear through the assembly. The people inhale sharply. Doubt, that old companion of desert wandering, rises again. Joshua and Caleb step forward quickly, as though trying to intercept the panic before it blooms. Caleb's voice rings clear. We should go up and take possession of the land, for we can certainly do it. His certainty stands tall among the faltering words, a beacon in the gathering gloom. Joshua's eyes shine with the same unshakable trust, the trust of one who remembers the Red Sea, the manna, the cloud, the fire, the God who has never failed. But the 10 shake their heads. Fear speaks louder than faith. We cannot attack those people. They are stronger than we are. Their words deepen, darken. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and so we seemed to them. A confession of smallness, of hearts shrinking before shadows spills into the air. The camp trembles beneath the weight of this divided testimony. Night falls, but rest does not come. The people weep, their cries rising into the darkness like wandering birds seeking a place to land. In the moonlit hush, a sorrowful chorus swells, regret, fear, anger, disbelief. The promise that once seemed near now feels impossibly distant. Some speak openly of returning to Egypt, to the place of chains, preferring the certainty of bondage to the risk of trust. Moses hears their words, heavy as stones. He has carried these people across wilderness and grief, shaping them through law and mercy. Now he watches as doubt fractures their unity. The God who thundered on Sinai, who fed them in the barren places, who lit their nights with fire, he is questioned again. Not because his power is insufficient, but because the human heart so easily forgets. Joshua and Caleb step forward, their garments torn, their voices trembling not with fear but with pleading. The land is exceedingly good, they say. If the Lord delights in us, he will bring us into it. Do not fear the people of the land. The Lord is with us. Their words ring clear, but the crowd barely hears. Faith, once cracked, fractures quickly. Stones are lifted. Hands prepare to silence hope itself. Then, without warning, a presence descends. The glory of the Lord appears at the tent of meeting, a brilliance that halts hands mid-air and drains the camp of breath. Stones fall from trembling fingers. A thick stillness spreads. God speaks, not in thunder, but with the weight of disappointment that presses deeper than anger. Moses listens, his heart split between sorrow for the people who stand at the edge of promise and grief for the rebellion that rises so quickly within them. By morning, the judgment is clear. The 10 spies who scattered fear through the camp fall by plague. Scripture does not give a number beyond their names. 10 men, 10 voices that turned a nation's trust into trembling. Their deaths move through the camp like a chilling wind. Mothers pull children close. Men bow their heads. The air grows thick with realization. Disbelief carries a price. Yet even judgment does not soften every heart. When Moses tells the people that they will not enter the promised land, that the wilderness will cradle their footsteps for 40 years until a new generation rises, the sorrow of the camp breaks open again. They mourn, but their mourning is not repentance. It is panic. It is regret born not from humility, but from the wish to undo consequences already woven into the coming years. So they rise early, some with swords strapped to their sides, faces set in grim determination. We will go up, they insist. We will enter the land. We have sinned, but we will go. Moses pleads with them to stop. The Lord will not be among you, he warns. But their resolve, born of fear and not faith, blinds them. They advance toward the hill country, moving without ark, without priest, without the presence that once split seas and shattered armies. The Amalekites and Canaanites descend upon them with swift, fierce strength. Scripture records no number of the fallen, only that Israel is beaten down, pursued and scattered. Those who return move as though in a daze, the sand beneath their feet mingling with the dust of defeat. The camp meets them in heavy silence. No one lifts a voice in triumph. No one speaks of courage. Only the wind moves among the tents, carrying the echo of what might have been. Night falls again. This time slower, heavier. The earlier night had been filled with the cry of rebellion. This one is filled with the quiet H of consequence. The people sit in clusters, speaking little, staring long into the fire, or at the dark horizon where the land of promise lies beyond their reach. The wilderness around them seems larger now, its vastness stretching into years they have not yet walked. A sentence has been spoken. The generation that stood on the edge of promise will instead walk in circles until memory becomes dust. And yet, beneath the sorrow, a strange stillness settles, like the first fragile layer of silt that will one day form soil. This is not the end of the story, only a turning, only the beginning of a long, refining journey through a land that listens but does not answer. And as the camp lies in restless quiet, the ground itself seems to wait, knowing that the next rebellion will not come from fear alone, but from ambition rising from the tents of men whose hearts grow bold beneath the desert moon. Morning comes gently to the wilderness, drifting like a pale veil across the camp. The tents stir with the quiet hum of daily life, but beneath the surface, something tighter coils, an unease, a tension, a whisper traveling from campfire to campfire. Ambition has taken root in the heart of Korah, son of Izhar, a Levite whose lineage grants him nearness to holy things. Yet what he has is not enough. The nearness, the service, the honor of dwelling among sacred duties, these no longer satisfy the hunger that has grown in him. He looks toward Moses and Aaron and sees what he desires: authority, elevation, the weight of leadership carried in open hands. The desert air feels different around his tent. Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab of the tribe of Reuben, join him, men whose discontent has long moved in shadows. They speak with the tone of those who believe themselves overlooked, men who yearn for a place they feel denied. Around them gather 250 chiefs of the congregation, princes, men of name, men honored among the people. Their faces glow with the heat of ambition, their eyes bright with challenge. They whisper, then speak openly, and soon their voices rise like dry wind across a thirsty land. They come to Moses as a unified front. Their words are sharp, dressed in the garments of righteousness, but stitched with envy. You take too much upon yourselves, they say, accusing the brothers of elevating themselves above a holy congregation. Their claim drips with false equality, ignoring the calling spoken by God, the appointments made in cloud and fire. Moses listens, his face etched with grief more than anger, his heart worn by years of guiding a people who resist even the hand that feeds them. He falls on his face, not out of fear, but out of sorrow. Sorrow for a rebellion that grows from pride rather than persecution. Moses knows how quickly envy spreads, how swiftly pride blinds. He speaks softly, offering a test. The Lord himself will reveal whom he has chosen, whom he will allow to draw near. Each man is to bring a censer, to place fire and incense within it, and to present it before the Lord. 250 censers, plus Aaron's, will stand before the tabernacle at dawn. The rebellion agrees, confidence burning within them like hidden flame. But Moses turns his words toward Korah with the weight of gravity. Is it too small a thing for you, he asks, that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation? His voice carries sorrow, not scorn. Yet Korah's face hardens. Pride has already wrapped its cords around his heart. Moses sends for Dathan and Abiram, but they refuse to come. Their reply drips with accusation. You have brought us up from a land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness. Egypt, to them, has become a twisted memory of comfort. They accuse Moses of false leadership, of broken promises, of misguidance. Their words ring through the camp, stirring unrest in hearts already bent toward grievance. Night falls heavy upon the tents. The camp sleeps fitfully, the embers of discontent glowing long after firelight fades. The stars look down on a people divided, not by tribe, but by the quiet, dangerous line between humility and pride. At dawn, the assembly gathers before the tabernacle. The censers shine in the rising light, each one carried by a man who believes he stands on the right side of history. Aaron stands among them, calm as morning stone, his face lined with the weight of holy service. The air holds its breath. Then Moses speaks to the congregation, urging them to draw back from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. His voice is steady, but beneath it trembles the echo of what is about to unfold. People step away, their feet hesitant, their hearts caught between fear and fascination. Mothers pull their children close. Fathers stand still, unsure where safety lies. Dathan and Abiram stand defiantly at the doors of their tents, their households around them. Their wives, their sons, their little ones, all stand in the light of a day that has not yet revealed its cost. Korah stands with his followers, their expressions proud, their stance unyielding. Moses lifts his voice once more, declaring that what is about to happen will be a sign, proof that he has not acted from his own heart, but from God's command. If these men die an ordinary death, he says, then the Lord has not sent him. But if the earth does something new, something unseen, then all Israel will know. Silence falls. Even the wind grows still. Then the ground beneath the rebels trembles. It is a soft motion at first, then a trembling that deepens, then a roar. Deep and ancient, like the cry of the earth awakening, the ground splits open, wide and sudden. The tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram tilt, then vanish as the earth swallows them alive. Their families, their possessions, their voices swallowed in a single, terrifying breath. The people cry out, fleeing in every direction, their steps frantic upon the shifting soil. Scripture is clear. The earth swallowed them whole, Korah, Dathan, Abiram, and all who belonged to them. As the dust settles, a great stillness overtakes the camp, but the judgment is not yet complete. At the tabernacle, the 250 men stand with their censers, the scent of incense rising like a bold challenge toward the heavens. Suddenly fire bursts forth from the presence of the Lord, swift as lightning, consuming all 250 in a single moment. Their censers fall to the ground, glowing with heat. Not one survives. The rebellion ends in silence and ash. A hush spreads across the camp. Fear woven with awe, grief tangled with understanding. The earth, still settling, becomes a witness to obedience, its cracked surface a reminder of what pride demands and what holiness requires. The people whisper the numbers among themselves, Korah, Dathan, Abiram, and their households, swallowed alive. 250 men consumed by fire. A heavy count, recorded in scripture, sealed in memory. Evening descends quietly, wrapping the camp in muted tones. The rebellion has ended, but the echo of it lingers like fading smoke. People walk carefully, speaking in low voices, their steps gentled by the weight of what they have seen. The wilderness, vast and unyielding, holds the memory like a wound. And beneath the growing dark, Moses stands with Aaron, their faces lit by the soft glow of a dying sun. Leadership has never been heavier, never more costly. Yet the journey must continue, even through grief, even through fear. And as the camp settles into uneasy quiet, the desert breathes out a warning, one soon to rise again when complaint stirs at dawn, and the next plague moves swift through the living and the dead. Dawn unfolds slowly over the wilderness, brushing pale gold across the tents, as though the desert hopes to offer the camp a fresh beginning. But light cannot soften bitterness rooted deep in wounded hearts. The memory of Korah's rebellion still stirs through the camp like leftover smoke. Dark, acrid, clinging to every breath. The ground has barely settled from its swallowing, and the scent of burned incense still lingers in the air where fire consumed 250 men. Yet the people rise with murmurs already forming on their tongues. It begins quietly, like a low hum beneath the morning wind, a whisper from one tent, a complaint from another, the soft scrape of discontent growing sharper with each hour. Soon the murmuring swells into a chorus, filling the spaces between tents until the entire camp trembles with the weight of accusation. They speak against Moses and Aaron again, their voices tinged with grief but twisted into blame. "You have killed the people of the Lord," they cry, forgetting or refusing to remember the rebellion that sparked judgment the day before. Their grief has hardened into blindness. Their sorrow has turned into charge. They seek someone to bear the weight of their pain, and Moses and Aaron stand closest. As the cries grow, a cloud begins to gather, not the gentle shade of promise that once rested over the tabernacle, but a presence heavy with warning. The glory of the Lord appears bright and solemn, and the murmuring stumbles into uneasy silence. The people sense too late that their words have wandered again into dangerous ground. The Lord speaks to Moses, his voice carrying the gravity of judgment. "Get you up from among this congregation," he says, "that I may consume them as in a moment." It is a sentence spoken with unmistakable finality, a declaration that the plague has already begun to move. Moses knows the weight of this moment. He has stood in this place before, standing between a holy God and a faltering people, holding back judgment with prayer, persistence and tears. His heart does not hesitate. He turns to Aaron with urgency, his voice filled with the trembling edge of life and death. "Take a censer," he commands, "and put fire in it from the altar. Go quickly to the congregation and make an atonement for them, for there is wrath gone out from the Lord." The plague has begun. Aaron does not pause. Old as he is, weary from long labors and recent sorrows, he moves with surprising swiftness. He takes the censer, gathers the sacred fire, and runs toward the heart of the camp, toward the cries that now rise not in anger, but in sudden fear. The plague sweeps like an unseen wind, silent and lethal, striking tents without warning. People collapse where they stand. Mothers gasp and cling to their children. Fathers shout names across the shifting dust. Panic surges through the camp like a flood. Aaron presses forward, his breath heavy, his robe brushing against fallen bodies. His censer glows with holy fire, the incense rising in a fragrant cloud meant to bridge the gap between heaven's judgment and earth's desperation. Moses watches from a distance, his hands lifted, his face etched with the pleading of a shepherd fighting for a flock that does not always understand him. Aaron reaches the thick of the plague, just as a wave of cries crests around him. In one direction lies the living, terrified, trembling, calling out in confusion. In the other lie the fallen, silent forms covered in dust, the cost of rebellion settling heavily upon them. Aaron stops between them, standing at the threshold of life and death. There, he swings the censer gently, letting the smoke rise like a fragile plea into the heavens. The incense drifts across the dividing line, between those struck down and those still standing, and its fragrance shapes a small sanctuary in the midst of devastation. Scripture captures the moment with stark, beautiful simplicity. He stood between the living and the dead, and the plague was stayed. The winds hush. The cries dim into trembling silence. The force that swept through the camp halts its march, arrested by obedience, by intercession, by the courage of a priest who ran into danger with nothing but faith and a censer in his hands. When the count is taken, the number hangs in the air like a shadow that stretches long into memory. 14,700 died in the plague, aside from those consumed in Korah's rebellion. 14,700 lives, each a story, each a name, each a loss carried by the people who remain. The camp grows quiet, softer than stillness, heavier than night. Aaron returns slowly, the censer still warm, his steps dragging through the dust as though the earth itself clings to him in grief. Moses meets him near the Tabernacle, their eyes locking in shared sorrow. They do not speak at first. Words feel too small for a day like this. The silence between them is thick with exhaustion and compassion. Leaders who stand again and again between a holy God and a fragile people. By evening, the camp is a place of hushed movements. Families gather close, counting their losses, whispering the names of the fallen, pressing memories into the dimming light. No one raises a complaint now. No one murmurs. The air is too heavy with what has been seen, what has been felt, what has been lost. Mothers hold their children tighter. Fathers stare long into the distance where the horizon blends with the coming night. Every breath feels reverent, trembling, and newly aware of the thin line between obedience and ruin. The desert itself seems quieter, its winds softened, its sands stilled, as though the land grieves alongside the camp. In the center, the tabernacle stands like a still heart, its curtains fluttering lightly, the holy place holding a peace the people long to find again. As night settles, a fragile calm begins to form. The murmuring has ceased. The rebellion is silenced. The camp breathes with slow, deliberate care, as though afraid to disturb the ground that has claimed so many. But in the quiet, something else stirs. Something gentler. Something like understanding. A lesson etched through loss grumbling is not a small thing in the wilderness. Complaint is not harmless. It grows, it spreads, it devours. And obedience, though costly, preserves life. The stars appear one by one, shimmering with distant peace, watching a weary people lean into a night that feels both mournful and strangely cleansing. And as the camp drifts into uneasy rest, a soft expectation rises, knowing that dawn will reveal a sign of peace, a quiet miracle that blooms not from judgment, but from a rod left waiting in a silent tent. Night falls gently over the camp, pulling a calm veil across a people still trembling from recent days. The darkness feels softer tonight, as if the wilderness itself exhales after so much sorrow, so much murmuring, so many sudden lessons carved by earth and fire and grief. The tents rest like quiet humps beneath the stars, and even the wind moves carefully, respectful of weary hearts. Something in the air shifts, a hush of anticipation, a fragile hope trying to rise again. At the center of the camp stands the Tabernacle, its curtains breathing lightly in the cooling air. Its golden poles catch faint starlight, offering a dim glow, like embers refusing to fully die. Here, within this sacred space, 12 staffs lie side by side, one from each tribe of Israel. Simple rods, smooth with years of use, each carved from the same tree of wilderness journeys. They lie on the ground like silent witnesses, waiting for heaven to choose, waiting for murmuring to be answered not with wrath this time, but with clarity. Moses places them carefully in the presence of the Lord, his movements slow and reverent. He lingers for a moment, whispering something too soft for human ears, a prayer, perhaps. That peace might finally find its place among the people. Then he steps away, leaving the staffs to their silence, and the night folds around the tabernacle like a cloak. Israel sleeps. Some rest easily, worn out from grief. Others lie awake, staring at the canvas above them, wondering what sign will come with the dawn. Many still feel the tremors of fear in their bones, memories of the earth splitting, the plague sweeping, the cries echoing, and yet, here in the cradle of darkness, there is no dread, only waiting, only the possibility that mercy might speak in a gentler voice. The wilderness at night is vast and listening. Every grain of sand, every rustle of brush, every distant cry of an unseen creature holds its breath. The land that has watched rebellion, death, wandering, and longing now watches for a miracle. It waits with a kind of still awareness, as though creation itself leans closer to see how God will answer. When the first light of morning tiptoes across the horizon, it touches the tabernacle's curtains with a shy glow. The sun rises slowly, as if reluctant to disturb the quiet. Moses wakes early. He steps through the soft, cool sand, the hem of his robe trailing faint lines behind him. His face, aged by glory and sorrow and endurance, carries the solemn expectation of one who has witnessed too much to doubt and too much to assume. He enters the tabernacle. Inside, the light filters in gold and gentle, catching the edges of the staffs laid the night before. For a heartbeat, everything looks the same. Wood against ground, plain and still. Then Moses' eyes fall upon the staff of Levi, the rod with Aaron's name carved into it. His breath catches. It is no longer a dead piece of wood. Where dry grain once clung to an old, worn surface, now tender shoots curl upward, pale green and living. Blossoms, soft, delicate, impossibly fresh, cling to the rod, petals like little moons, and almonds, full and ripe, cluster along the length of the wood. It is a tapestry of life bursting from something once lifeless. A quiet defiance of natural order, a sign not shouted but whispered in the language of beauty. Moses holds the rod with awe, feeling the cool blossoms brush against his skin. The scent is faint, sweet, clean, like early spring awakening in the desert. A miracle has bloomed overnight, as if God reached into the deep silence and painted life across the grain. When Moses exits the tabernacle, the people gather quickly, their eyes searching, hearts thudding with anticipation. He lifts the rod high, and a ripple moves through the camp. Not fear, not rebellion this time, but wonder. Almond blossoms sway in the morning air, their petals glowing pale against the sun. A murmur rises, soft as rainfall, as thousands of voices breathe in the sight of a miracle meant to settle their unrest. That the 12 tribes stare at the resurrected staff, and something inside them quiets. For weeks they have argued, envied, doubted, and mourned. Now, without thunder or flame, without plague or trembling ground, God speaks through a flowering branch. The message is simple, not harsh. Aaron is chosen. His priesthood is affirmed not by death, but by life, by the unexpected rising of blossoms in a barren land. The miracle touches them deeper than they expect. For a moment, everyone remembers Eden, though they have never seen it. The gentleness of God walking among living things, the peace of a world not yet scarred by rebellion. The almond blossoms feel like a memory of that lost garden, carried softly into the present. Moses instructs that Aaron's rod be placed before the testimony, a sign for generations, a reminder that leadership rooted in God brings life, not ruin. The people nod, the lesson sinking quietly into them like dew into thirsty ground. No one argues, no one questions. The miracle is enough. By midday, the camp feels different. The air is lighter. Children laugh again, mothers loosen their shoulders. Fathers speak with calmer voices. The trauma of recent days doesn't vanish, but something has shifted. Not erased, but soothed. The wilderness seems less hostile, the journey less heavy, and somewhere deep within the people, trust, fragile but real, begins to bloom again. And as the almond blossoms rest in the holy place, glowing with quiet promise, the people lift their eyes toward the horizon, unaware that another test of obedience waits just ahead in the thirsty wilderness. The desert stretches wide beneath a pale morning sky, its sands cool for a fleeting moment before the sun begins its slow ascent. Kadesh lies quiet, tucked against the restless edges of wilderness where the land feels both patient and weary. Here, the wind drifts like an old storyteller shifting dust across ancient stones, whispering fragments of memories held long before Israel ever camped upon this soil. Water is scarce. The people feel the dryness in their throats, in the air, in the fragile hope within their chests. It is a season of thirst, not only of body, but of soul. In the midst of this thirsty stillness, Miriam's tent stands slightly apart, its entrance stirred only by gentle breezes. The woman who once led Israel in song now rests in a silence deeper than the desert night. Miriam, sister to Moses, guardian to the infant who floated down the Nile, prophetess whose voice once lifted the spirits of an entire nation, lies still, her breaths having dwindled into memory during the thin hours before dawn. Her final exhale is soft, little more than a sigh, yet it ripples through the camp like a tremor through sand. News travels quietly at first. A whisper from tent to tent, a hand placed over a mouth, an echo of disbelief. Miriam has died. The desert seems to pause, waiting to understand what this means. The people gather in slow, solemn clusters, their faces shadowed by grief and exhaustion. Moses stands at the edge of her tent, the lines in his face deepened by sorrow. He remembers her laughter from distant years, her boldness, her steadiness. He remembers the song she raised with her tambourine after the sea opened. The rhythm of joy shaking across the shore like sunlight dancing on water. She had led the women with timbrels and dancing, her voice bright with triumph. Now that voice has fallen silent. Aaron stands beside him, his eyes downcast, his shoulders bent beneath a grief that cannot be spoken easily. Together, the brothers face the loss of their sister, their oldest companion in a life marked by burden and calling. The people mourn with them. Some lay small stones outside her tent as a gesture of honor. Others sing low, trembling laments. Mothers hold their children a little closer. Fathers bow their heads. The camp always filled with movement, footsteps, voices. The shuffle of animals grows quiet. A stillness settles over Kadesh that is different from the stillness of night. It is tender, heavy, respectful. The desert seems to echo this mood. The wind moves more slowly, as though unwilling to disturb the fragile peace of morning. Even the sun, though relentless in its heat, seems gentler somehow. Miriam's death becomes a turning point in the wilderness journey. Not one marked by rebellion or miracle, but by the soft reality of human finitude, of mortality that touches even those who once stood close to divine wonders. Yet beneath the sorrow, another tension stirs. Water is scarce. The people feel it in the dryness of their lips, the crack in their voices, the heaviness in their limbs. Grief and thirst intertwine, forming a shadow that stretches across the camp. Without Miriam's steadying presence, the murmuring grows just beneath the surface. Not loud yet, but there, like the first distant rumble of a coming storm. Still, for this moment, Israel allows itself to simply grieve. Moses walks out toward the edge of Kadesh, where the wilderness widens into an open, sun-baked expanse. He looks out over the barren land and feels, for the first time in many years, the weight of being deeply alone. Though surrounded by multitudes, he senses a quiet emptiness. The loss of a voice that once encouraged him, challenged him, and reminded him of who he was before the burning bush changed everything. Miriam had always carried a strength that did not need to shout. Even in her moments of misjudgment, her presence held a kind of grounding weight. A reminder that leadership was shared, that the journey was a tapestry woven from many threads. Now, one of those threads has been cut, and the fabric of the camp feels looser, more vulnerable. In the heat of midday, the people prepare a place for her burial. The desert does not offer much softness, but they shape the earth with care, laying her body to rest with reverent silence. No grand ceremony is recorded, no speeches preserved. Only the quiet sorrow of a nation, the steady companionship of her brothers, and the watching wilderness bear witness to her final moments in this world. As the sun dips lower, shadows stretch long across Kadesh. The day feels older than it should, worn thin by grief. The wind picks up again, carrying with it a faint hint of coolness from distant, unseen places. Some among the people believe it is a gesture, a reminder that even in sorrow, the journey continues, that God's presence moves like breath across the desert. Night settles over the camp, darker but calmer than the night before. Stars appear steady and unblinking, ancient watchers of human joy and human loss. The people lie down, wrapped in exhaustion and reflection. Miriam's absence lingers like a soft footprint in the sand, a quiet mark that will not soon fade. The desert, too, seems changed. Its heartbeat slows, its winds hush, as though acknowledging that something precious has passed through its sands and returned to dust. And as the camp settles into a quieter rhythm, the thirst of both land and people rises, waiting for what comes next. A test that will press upon Moses with a weight unlike any before. The wilderness lies breathless before them, a stretch of pale and sun-worn silence. Kadesh stands at its edge like a weary punctuation mark in a long and staggering sentence. The people gather there again, dust clinging to their garments, heat pressing on their backs. They have walked through months of shifting sand and memory, but here at Kadesh, the journey narrows once more into need, and need has a way of loosening the tongue and tightening the spirit. Water, it is all they can think about. The springs run dry, the ground tastes of heat. The animals press close, restless, sensing what the people do not yet say aloud. Thirst creeps through the camp like an unseen wind. Not violent at first, not loud, but persistent. And as it grows, so does the murmur. It begins in whispers, soft and cracked, like reeds rubbing together in a dying breeze. Then the voices climb, rising, tightening, turning toward Moses and Aaron with a familiar edge. "Why have you brought the assembly of the Lord into this wilderness?" they say, "that we and our livestock should die here." Their words scrape against the air, heavy with fear disguised as anger. They speak of Egypt again, that old shadow, that imagined comfort, that past that glimmers falsely when the present grows harsh. They speak of grains and figs, of vines and pomegranates, of water that flowed without effort. They speak as if chains were nothing, as if the memory of bondage has softened into something almost sweet. Moses listens, shoulders bowed, as though each complaint is a stone added to an already staggering weight. Aaron stands beside him, silent, eyes drawn downward, the priesthood on his shoulders and grief still clinging to the edges of his robe after Miriam's passing. The desert feels heavier than usual, the people feel sharper. The heat feels tighter, like a fist around the land. Moses and Aaron do not answer with words. Some moments require something quieter. They turn away from the multitude, step toward the entrance of the tent of meeting, and fall on their faces. Dust rises around them, soft and ghost-like, settling quickly on their clothes, and the glory of the Lord appears. Not in thunder, not in fire, not in the trembling of the mountain as before, but in the stillness that fills the empty air. A stillness that speaks. "Take the rod," the Lord says to Moses, "and gather the assembly together. You and Aaron your brother speak to the rock before their eyes, and it will give its water." A simple command. A clear one, a merciful one. Moses rises slowly, gripping the rod that once split a sea and silenced Pharaoh's pride. Its weight feels different now, heavier, as if the years have pressed themselves into the wood. He walks back toward the assembly, Aaron at his side, and the people watch with expectant tension. Their thirst is almost visible now, drawn in the lines of their faces and the way they lean forward as Moses approaches. He stands before the rock, The sun pulls long shadows across his face, and something inside him shifts. Perhaps it is grief for his sister, still fresh and stinging. Perhaps it is the endless tide of complaint that has worn grooves in his patience. Perhaps it is the years, uncountable days of leading a people who never seem to remember how far God has carried them. Whatever the reason, it happens. "Hear now, you rebels," Moses says, voice breaking with exhaustion. "Must we bring water for you out of this rock?" There is a tremble in the crowd, not of fear, but of surprise. The words are harsh, uncharacteristic, edged with something that does not belong to the steady shepherd who once stood before Pharaoh with nothing but faith. Moses lifts his hand. The rod flashes briefly in the sun, and he strikes the rock once, then again. The sound cracks through the camp like thunder, two sharp, decisive blows that echo against the barren hills. For a moment, the silence that follows feels unbearable. The people stare, breath caught between hope and doubt. Then, suddenly, water bursts forth, rushing, abundant, spilling over stone and sand, as if the desert itself has broken open in relief. The animals surge forward, the people drop to their knees, cupping handfuls of cool life against their lips. Shouts rise. Not complaints now, but astonished joy, the kind that breaks quickly from the heart when fear has held it too long. But beneath the celebration lies another silence, one that presses softly against Moses and Aaron. The water flows in blessing, yet the moment settles in judgment. Moses and Aaron, the Lord says, voice quiet but firm, "Because you did not believe me, to hallow me in the eyes of the children of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land I have given them." The sentence falls like a shadow across Moses' path. For all the years of faithfulness, for all the moments when his hands lifted in obedience, here at Meribah, his anger costs him the promised land. He will see it, but he will not enter. The words fall gently, but their weight is immeasurable. This is the consequence. Not death, not plague, not fire from heaven, but a line drawn across the future, a closing door, a promise glimpsed but not entered. Moses bows his head. Aaron closes his eyes. Neither speaks. The people drink and do not yet understand what has been lost in this moment. How even the faithful can falter, how even the steadfast can step out of alignment with the quiet instruction of God. The desert holds its breath, aware of a shift the people cannot yet feel. The water continues to pour, soaking the ground, forming a pool where moments before there had been only scorched earth. Meribah, quarreling. The name will linger, a reminder carved into the geography of the wilderness. But beyond the judgment lies something deeper, quieter. Mercy still flows, life still pours out. Even in failure, God gives water to the thirsty, sustenance to the weary, hope to the uncertain. The journey does not end here. It simply turns, adjusting its rhythm, its leadership reshaped by a moment of misaligned obedience. As the sun begins to lower, the camp settles into a quieter hum. The animals drink their fill. Families gather close, splashing water on tired faces. Even the wind seems gentler, passing over the newly formed pool with a soft whisper. Moses stands apart for a time, watching the water's movement, its glimmer against the setting light. He says nothing, but something in his posture expresses a quiet acceptance, a surrender to the path that has been laid before him. The people prepare to move again. Kadesh fades into the soft edges of dusk, and the wilderness stretches its long, familiar hand ahead, And as Israel turns away from Meribah's waters, a new horizon rises, one marked by an unexpected refusal, and a neighboring nation whose closed gates will shape the next bend in their wandering road. The wilderness stretches before Israel like a long, unbroken sigh. After the waters of Meribah, after the quiet sorrow still lingering around Moses and Aaron, the people gather their tents once more and begin to move. Their steps are slow at first, as if each foot must remember the rhythm of wandering, but soon the familiar cadence returns. The shuffle of sandals against sand, the breathing of animals, the muted hum of thousands bound together in a single, fragile journey. Ahead lies Edom, the land of their kin, descended from Esau, brother of Jacob. There is a certain hope woven into the approach, a hope that family might grant what strangers could deny. The road through Edom is not only shorter but gentler, cutting through the harsh ribs of the wilderness with promise rather than exhaustion. Perhaps, some think, this time there will be ease. Perhaps this time the desert will soften. Moses sends messengers, their faces set toward the rising heat, their steps measured and respectful. Their message is careful, wrapped in humility and memory. Thus says your brother Israel, you know all the hardship that has befallen us. Let us pass through your land. We will go by the king's highway. We will not drink your water, nor turn aside to the right or to the left. The messengers speak not as conquerors, but as kin. They speak of Egypt, of bondage, of divine deliverance. They offer assurance. Israel seeks no conflict, no plunder, no claim. Only passage. Only the kindness of a neighbor. But kindness does not meet them on the road. Edom's answer arrives like a door closed with quiet finality. The refusal is clear, unadorned, unmoved by shared blood or by the weary tilt of Israel's long journey. You shall not pass through my land. If you try, we will come out against you with the sword. The words hang in the air like iron. The messengers stand still for a moment, dust settling around their feet as if giving space for the weight of the reply to fade. But it does not fade. It holds firm, like a wall built of intent. They return to Moses, bringing the message back across the shimmering heat. The people listen, and the hope that had quietly lifted their spirits falls again like a stone into deep water. They try once more, offering to remain strictly on the king's highway, promising again not to drink from wells or disturb the land. They ask with earnest restraint, seeking even the smallest softness in Edom's resolve. But Edom answers not with words this time, but with presence. They come out with many men, with a strong hand, a display of force that needs no further explanation. The border becomes a line of warning. Israel stops. No swords are lifted, no battle sparks to life. This is not a story of clash or conquest. It is a story of denial, quiet, firm, unyielding. A turning aside, not because Israel fears Edom's strength, but because God has not called them to fight here. Not every obstacle is a challenge to overcome. Some are simply walls to walk around. The people feel the sting of it, not humiliation, but disappointment, that subtle ache that comes when a hoped-for path closes. The shorter road disappears like a mirage, and the longer way stretches out, vast and waiting. The camp adjusts. Packs are tightened, animals gathered, tents folded. The sound of movement rises like a soft, reluctant wind. They turn away from Edom's border, away from the road that might have been, and step once more into the wilderness that holds their fate like an unwritten scroll. The path they take bends southward, skirting the land of Edom. It is a road harsher than the one they requested, rougher, lonelier, marked by stones that cut at sandals and hills that rise like stern guardians. The sun leans heavily on their shoulders, its heat driving silence into the camp. Thirst whispers again, weariness presses in. But they move, because the journey does not end at a refusal, because God leads even when the land does not welcome them, because wandering is sometimes its own kind of obedience. As they walk, the people glance back occasionally toward the forbidden border, the line of hills where Edom's watch still lingers. But the sight grows smaller, then fades entirely, swallowed by distance and the long sweep of wilderness. The turning aside becomes simply part of the journey. Another fold in the story, another place where patience is tested and endurance is shaped. Moses walks at the front, the rod in his hand, the consequence of Meribah still resting deep within him. Aaron walks beside him, robes shifting in the steady wind, the years drawn gently on his face. They say little. Words feel unnecessary here. The land itself speaks enough. Each stone, each ridge, each echo of denied passage. And so Israel moves on step by step, carried by the same God who brought them through the sea and has not abandoned them now. The road narrows, then widens, then folds into new turns. The wilderness teaches again, not through fire or plague this time, but through the quiet discipline of endurance. No battle, no deaths, only a path rerouted, a lesson lived in silence. And beyond the horizon, still unseen, another mountain waits, one that will not be approached with refusal, but with reverence. And as Israel leaves Edom's shadow behind, the path climbs gently toward a solemn summit, where an old priest will take his final steps into the thinning light of Mount Hor. The wilderness opens wide before Israel, a stretch of muted gold beneath the endless sky. After turning aside from Edom's borders, the people move steadily through the dry valleys, the rhythm of their wandering settling again into long, familiar patterns. Yet something in the camp feels different now. A heaviness not born of thirst or complaint, but of an unspoken awareness that time itself is shifting. Mount Hor rises in the distance, its slopes sharp and solemn, a mountain that stands like an ancient witness over the desert floor. As Israel sets camp at its base, the air grows strangely still, as if even the wind senses what is about to unfold. Moses, Aaron, and Eleazar stand together, three figures marked by the long weight of service and by a moment that approaches with both tenderness and inevitability. The Lord speaks to Moses, and the command is clear, shaped by mercy and by consequence. Aaron will go up the mountain and not come down again. His priesthood will pass to Eleazar. His journey is drawing to its close. Moses receives the words quietly. He has walked beside Aaron since Egypt, through Pharaoh's courts, through plagues, through the crossing of the sea. Together they have carried the burdens of a nation, its rebellions, its questions, its fears, its hopes. Now Moses stands still as the truth settles in him, like evening descending over the land. He turns to Aaron, and though no detailed record remains of the look they exchange, one can almost imagine the softness in their eyes. Two brothers who have weathered miracles and misery, who have lifted hands over battles and bowed low during the people's cries. Aaron nods with acceptance, a calm woven from years of obedience, and Eleazar steps closer, steady but subdued, aware of the weight soon to rest upon his shoulders. The ascent begins. They move slowly, not because the climb is steep, though it is, but because each step feels like the turning of a final page. The people watch from below, thousands of silent figures scattered across the plain. No murmuring, no resistance, no complaint rises from the camp. They know somehow that this climb carries a sacred gravity. Aaron's robes, woven with memory and service, catch the mountain breeze. The threads shimmer faintly in the sun, echoing every blessing he has spoken, every sacrifice he has offered, every moment he has stood between the people and the Holy One. His breaths are measured, steady, almost meditative. The breaths of a man walking not toward an end, but toward completion. As they reach the appointed place on the mountain, the air thins, and the world below spreads out like a vast parchment of wilderness and wandering. Moses prepares the garments of priesthood, and Eleazar stands solemnly before him, his posture both humble and resolute. Aaron watches the transition with peace in his gaze, as though he already sees the path beyond. Moses removes the garments from Aaron, the breastplate, the ephod, the robe, each piece lifted with reverence, and places them upon Eleazar. No haste marks the moment. No trembling. Only a quiet exchange of calling, a passing of sacred responsibility from father to son. The priesthood does not end. It simply moves forward, carried now by younger hands. For a time, the three stand together at the mountain's edge, the silence around them deep as a resting sea. Aaron's face softens, his expression touched with the serenity of a man who has given all he was asked to give. He looks toward the horizon, a line of light meeting land, and his breath becomes gentle, like the fading of a candle whose flame has warmed a room long enough. Then, in the stillness of Mount Hor, Aaron's spirit slips quietly from him. No thunder marks the moment. No earthquake trembles beneath their feet. Only calm, only completion, only the soft release of a life poured out in service. Moses and Eleazar stand beside his still form for a long while, held by the weight of loss and the holiness of the moment. The mountain wind moves softly around them, brushing against Aaron's robes with the tenderness of a final blessing. When they descend, their steps are slow, not because of the path, but because of the grief that now walks with them. As the two return to the camp, the people see them from afar. They notice immediately that Aaron is not with them. The realization spreads through the camp like a quiet wave, not of panic, not of rebellion, but of sorrow. Israel mourns 30 days, every tent touched by the echo of the priest who once stood between them and the holy. Their grief rises in gentle, unified lament, a rare moment where the nation's heart beats with a single, steady rhythm. During those days, the wilderness feels different. Even the air seems to pause. The land itself appears to listen, absorbing the lament the way dawn absorbs darkness. Aaron's absence settles over the camp like a soft veil, tender, solemn, unforced. The memories of his leadership linger, his lifted hands, his intercessions, his presence in the tabernacle, his steady companionship of Moses. Eleazar steps quietly into his new role, the priestly garments resting now against younger shoulders. The people watch him with a mix of respect and longing, seeing both continuity and change woven together in his form. Moses carries his grief with silent dignity, his face marked by the ache of losing a brother and a companion in calling. But the journey does not pause forever. It cannot. Israel is still a wandering people, and the land ahead still awaits their steps. As the morning ends, the camp stirs again. Tents rise. Packs are bound. The movement of thousands swells once more into the long, familiar hum of travel. The wilderness, ancient, unchanging, opens its pathway again. Yet the journey feels subtly altered, shaped now by the memory of the quiet ascent on Mount Hor. Aaron's legacy becomes a thread woven into every future day, carried not just in Eleazar's garments, but in the heart of a people who, for once, stood together in grief without complaint. And somewhere behind them, Mount Hor stands unmoving, holding the memory of Aaron's final breath in its quiet stones. And as Israel turns away from Mount Hor, the journey bends toward a valley where unrest will coil beneath their feet, and fiery serpents will rise as the next stern teacher in their wandering. The desert grows harsher as the people move northward, its winds sharp and dry, its light unrelenting. Day after day, Israel travels the long, aching miles that stretch between Edom's refusal and the distant plains of Moab. Their feet are sore, their patience thinner than the shadows cast by their weary tents. Sand drifts over footprints as quickly as they are made, erasing signs of progress, making even forward motion feel like circling in place. In the shimmering heat, hope becomes a fragile thing, easily singed by disappointment. The journey has been long, and their memories of Egypt have grown strangely softened by time. Hardship twists recollection into something sweeter than the truth. The people speak against Moses again, their voices rising like a familiar, weary storm. They ask why he brought them out of Egypt, why they must endure hunger and thirst, why this wandering must continue with no end in sight. Even the manna, miraculous, sustaining, gentle as morning dew, now feels to them like an irritation instead of a gift. Their words fall sharp and ungrateful, drifting upward in the hot air like sparks that invite a greater fire. And so the fire comes. From the edges of the camp, from cracks in the rock and folds of the shifting dunes, serpents begin to appear. They are unlike any the people have seen before. Swift, glistening, as if lit from within, their scales catching the sun in flashes of copper and gold. They move with unnerving grace, slipping between tents and supplies, weaving through the feet of livestock, striking with deadly precision. The Bible calls them fiery serpents, and in this moment the name feels true. Their bite burns, and the fear they inspire spreads like flame. Cries echo through the camp, sharp and sudden. Families stumble backward from the writhing shapes. Children cling to their mothers. Men try to chase the serpents away with staffs, with blankets, with whatever they can grasp. But the creatures are countless, pouring in like a living tide. The desert itself seems to be spitting them out. Panic rises, and grief follows fast on its heels. Moses walks among the people, hearing their pleas, seeing the trembling forms of those who have been bitten. Their skin pales, sweat gathers in cold beads, and their breath grows shallow. The sting is terrible, but the fear is worse, an inescapable sense that something ancient and fierce has awakened against them. The people come to Moses now not with complaints, but with confession. They admit their sin. They have spoken against the Lord, against Moses, against the very journey that binds them to their promise. And now they ask for mercy, their voices cracked, their pride stripped away by pain and dread. Moses listens, steady as the mountain winds. He has felt the weight of their anger many times, yet he remains the one they turn to when the ground shifts beneath their feet. He retreats to pray, lifting up the suffering of the people like a heavy bowl held toward the sky. His prayer rises into the stillness, and a response comes. unexpected in its simplicity. Make a fiery serpent. Set it on a pole. Whoever looks upon it will live. Moses obeys at once. He gathers bronze, heating it over flame until it glows like the desert at noon. Carefully, patiently, he shapes the coiled form of a serpent. Not beautiful, not fearsome, but solemn, a reminder of both judgment and mercy intertwined. When the sculpture cools, he lifts it high on a pole so that its form catches the light. It rises above the tents and the sand, a strange symbol against the sky, gleaming like an answer carved from fire itself. The people approach slowly, limping, carried, supported by friends and family. Their eyes lift to the bronze figure, their breath unsteady, their bodies aching with venom. Some come with trembling faith, others with desperation, others simply because there is nowhere else left to turn. One by one, they raise their faces toward the serpent and the healing begins. The burning in their veins quiets. The fever breaks. Color returns to their cheeks. What kills them when it crawls at their feet becomes the very image that saves them when lifted above their line of sight. The desert settles once more into uneasy calm. The serpents withdraw as quickly as they came, vanishing into the shifting sands as if swallowed again by the earth. Their presence lingers only in memory and in the bronze figure that stands high above the camp, a reminder of both danger and deliverance. The people breathe more easily now, their murmuring replaced by gratitude, though it is a quiet kind, humbled by the sting they narrowly escaped. Night falls gently on the camp. The bronze serpent glows faintly in the firelight, its metallic curves catching the warmth of the flames. Families gather in circles, tending to those who still recover, whispering lessons learned through pain. The stars above seem clearer after such a day, their cold radiance a contrast to the heat that had swept through the camp earlier. In the stillness, the people understand something new, that healing sometimes requires facing the very thing that wounded them, and that looking upward is often the beginning of restoration. Moses watches over the camp from a small rise, his silhouette calm against the glow of distant fires. He knows this moment will be remembered, though perhaps not always understood. The bronze serpent will travel with them, a companion through miles yet to come, a quiet testament to the strange and tender ways the divine meets them in their wandering. Beyond the darkness lies Moab, the last stretch before a river and a promise. But for now they rest, grateful simply to breathe without pain. In the morning, the camp stirs to life again. The people move more carefully, scanning the ground as they walk, though no serpents remain. The bronze figure continues to shine in the early light, an emblem lifted high, meeting the sun as if greeting an old friend. When the time comes to break camp, they do so with a gentler spirit, mindful of the lessons the desert taught them, mindful of how quickly murmuring can turn to mourning. They walk toward Moab with quieter steps, carrying memory like a soft weight, neither burden nor blessing, but something in between. The journey is not over, but something within them has shifted. They know the taste of fear and the sweetness of mercy. Both will shape the miles ahead. And as they journey toward the plains of Moab, a hush settles over them, as if the desert itself prepares them for the approaching stories of blessing, battle, and farewell. The desert has a way of teaching rhythm, breath, step, hope, step. After the sting of the fiery serpents and the strange, quiet healing of the bronze figure lifted toward the heavens, Israel moves again. The camp sways like a great nomadic tide, cloth and dust and footfall blending into a single long exhale. The wilderness always holds their past behind them, their future just beyond the next rise, and their present hovering like a fragile flame in the wind. Now they walk toward the land of the Amorites, a land cut by a road both ancient and ambitious. The king's highway stretches before them, a line of earth that has carried merchants, kings, and wanderers for generations. It promises direction after so many detours, and the thought of a straight path brings a small, quiet comfort to the weary. Yet the land ahead is not theirs, and the road, though old, belongs to someone else. Moses sends messengers forward, their words shaped with humility and hope. They carry no threat, no sword of ambition, only a simple request for passage. We will not turn aside into your fields, they say. We will not drink from your vineyards. We only ask to pass through, to walk the highway until we have crossed your borders. Diplomacy travels on soft feet, yet it carries great strength. It is an offering of peace before the storm, a reminder that conflict is not always the first step. Israel waits, the long camp resting in a hush of expectation, their eyes turning toward the direction of the Amorite king. But Sihon's answer does not come as a gentle reply. It arrives instead as the low thunder of gathering soldiers, the controlled clatter of armor, the rhythmic pulse of men preparing for war. Sihon refuses passage, not with a closing of gates, but with a march into the wilderness itself, seeking to confront Israel far from the safety of his cities. There is a moment where time seems to hold its breath. Israel watches the dust rise along the horizon, watches the movement of the Amorite army, watches the shape of conflict forming like a storm swelling in the distance. The king's highway, once a symbol of peace, now becomes a border between refusal and necessity. Conflict, when written in scripture, often comes without embellishment. The words stay sparse, the details quiet. But here, in the space between the verses, imagination finds what the text leaves unsaid. The heavy tension in the air, the murmurs running through the camp, the tightening of hands on spear shafts. Israel does not seek this battle, but neither can they flee it. They stand where they are, the wilderness behind them, the Amorites advancing. When Sihon's forces reach them, the wilderness becomes a field of sound, shouts, impact, the breath of combat. Scripture tells the story simply. Israel defeats Sihon with the edge of the sword. Yet hidden within that single line is the weight of struggle, the grit of survival, and the quiet truth that victory sometimes grows from the soil of necessity, not desire. No death count is given, only the outcome is recorded, as if the details blur in the heat of the moment, leaving behind the shape of triumph but not the tally of cost. The Amorites fall, and their cities, Heshbon and its surrounding towns, become Israel's possession. The king's highway, once barred, now opens before them like a road finally recognizing their weary pilgrimage. As the dust settles, Israel stands on ground they did not seek to own, yet now must steward. The land of Sihon stretches around them, hills and valleys whispering of battles past, of kings whose names echo only for a moment in the pages of history. The wilderness behind them feels different now, less enclosing, less endless. This victory marks a turning of the journey, a quiet shift from wandering to advancing, yet the people do not celebrate in loud, triumphant tones. Victory in the desert feels different from victory in a settled land. The wind still carries the scent of dust. The sun still sets over a horizon that invites more travel. The camp remains a place of movement, not permanence. Israel knows they are still a people on the way, not a people arrived. And so the quiet work begins again. Tents are pitched for the night. Fires crackle softly. Children lean into their mothers' sides, listening to the distant memory of battle fade into evening calm. The warriors sit near the flames, silent, reflecting on what has passed. Even in victory, the heart asks questions about purpose, about destiny, about the strange path that leads both through suffering and through triumph. The king's highway, visible in the dimming light, becomes more than a road. It becomes a symbol of movement ordained, steps guided, a path shaped by more than human intention. Israel understands that the one who leads them does so through valleys and victories alike, weaving meaning through every dust-laden mile. As the stars rise, the people rest, knowing that tomorrow the journey continues. Moab lies ahead, quiet and waiting. Beyond Moab, other lands whisper their names. The wilderness is not finished teaching them, and the story is not done unfolding. But tonight, they sleep under the sky, wrapped in the knowledge that they have overcome what stood against them. Not with pride, but with the solemn humility of travelers who know that every step is watched, counted, and guided. And as Israel turns its gaze toward Moab, the wind carries a reminder that every victory on the road leaves an echo, one that leads gently, inevitably, into the next chapter of the journey. The wilderness morning begins with a hush that feels almost anticipatory, as though the desert itself holds its breath. Israel has scarcely left the echo of the last battle behind them when the horizon shifts again. The shadows lengthen, not from the setting of the sun, but from the rising presence of another kingdom. Bashan, with its vast reaches and fortified cities, and there, at its forefront, stands its king, Og, the last of his kind, the last giant whose name stretches tall across the pages of memory. The people feel the weight of his reputation long before they see him, for stories drift on desert winds. Og of Bashan, whose height is whispered about with awe. Og, whose strength has shaped the fear of nations. But Scripture gives no measurements here, no details of his stature in this moment. Only his presence, rising like an unbroken wall before the wandering multitude. Israel pauses. The camp stirs with the muted, trembling sound of decision, a low murmur that ripples through the tents like an unsettled wind. After Sihon's defeat, they had hoped for rest, a moment to breathe between journeys. Yet rest does not come. Bashan comes instead. Moses stands at the front, steady as an old root gripping dry ground. The years have carved their lines upon him, but his eyes remain clear, set toward the promise that leads them forward. He knows the people's fear. He feels it like a soft quiver in the air behind him, and then like a warm hand placed gently upon his shoulder. The word of the Lord settles over him. Do not fear him, for I have delivered him into your hand. The promise feels familiar, the same assurance that parted seas, guided wanderers, and struck judgment against Egypt's pride. Yet each new battle renews the heart's trembling, and each new word from God steadies it again. Moses breathes deeply, letting certainty settle into his bones. Ahead of them, Og begins to move. The king of Bashan does not wait behind walls or summon Israel to negotiation. Scripture simply says he came out against them, he and all his people, and they stand now in the open, the desert wind drawing its lines between the two forces like an unseen boundary. The wilderness grows quiet. Israel gathers, each tribe rising like a long wave preparing to break. Shields are lifted, hands tighten around weapons, and hearts begin their silent counting. Yet the Bible does not number what follows. It does not name the fallen of either side. It records no strategy, no length of battle, no thunderous clash of armies. Instead, it keeps the account simple, almost gentle in its brevity. And the Lord delivered Og and his people into their hand, and they struck them. Just that. A victory, swift and decisive. The details are folded behind Scripture's quiet restraint, leaving only the sense of a shadow passing, a giant falling, a kingdom yielding to the one who leads his people. The battle's dust does not linger long. Bashan's cries fade into a silence that stretches over the land like a cooling breath. The giant king's presence dissolves into memory, another echo swallowed by the wilderness that has witnessed more wars than seasons. Israel stands still for a moment, letting the reality settle. Not even Bashan's strength could halt the journey. They have been commanded to walk. There is no boast in their victory, no celebration, only a deep, reflective stillness, the kind that comes after surviving something that felt larger than life, larger than themselves. The people begin to gather their belongings again, quietly folding their tents, quietly assessing their hearts. They move with the weight of what has just passed, but also with a renewed steadiness. For the one who spoke to Moses has once again proven his word true. The land shifts as they continue forward. The rugged heights of Bashan soften behind them, melting into the distance like a fading dream. The wilderness changes character. It grows wider, more open, its horizons stretching like long, patient arms waiting for a weary traveler's arrival. The path begins to descend in slow, gentle slopes. And there, far ahead, lies a new landscape, the plains of Moab, shimmering beneath the sun like a beckoning veil. Israel does not yet know what waits there, only that the journey's tone is changing. The desert chapter begins to soften. The story arcs towards something deeper, something nearing fulfillment and farewell. Moses walks at the forefront, staff in hand, feeling the subtle shift in the air. Og's defeat is not an ending but a threshold, another stone placed in the long mosaic of obedience and promise. The giant's fall has cleared the way, but it has also cast a lingering thought across the prophet's mind. Sooner than they expect, this wilderness journey will reach its conclusion. And with that conclusion will come another kind of silence, one far more personal. For now, though he focuses on the horizon, the people follow the steady rhythm of their footsteps rising like a soft, ancient drum beat. They move through the land where giants once stood, and the earth beneath them carries no trace of the battle. It is quiet now, deeply quiet. The wind moves through abandoned fields, whispering over stones and forgotten footpaths, carrying with it the echo of a kingdom that could not stand against the one who guides them. Israel breathes in this quiet, a rare, solemn pause in a journey marked by both rebellion and mercy. They march forward, but not hurriedly. Something about the air makes them thoughtful. Something about the silence makes them listen. Og's shadow fades completely as they approach the lip of the plains of Moab. The vast expanse opens before them, a sweeping stretch of land that holds the next moments of their unfolding story. It is here, on this threshold, that the wilderness will soon give way to instructions, to remembrance, to blessings and warnings and final words spoken with the tenderness of a shepherd nearing his last night among the flock. The people do not know this yet, but Moses feels the hint of it carried gently in the wind. Og is behind them. Moab lies ahead, and time, like a slow, turning page, moves them closer to the final chapters of the wandering years. And so the land quiets after the fall of Bashan's king, opening a wide and solemn road toward Moab, where the journey's long echoes will gather once more, and a deeper ending waits just beyond the horizon. The plains spread out beneath the twilight like a great bronze sheet, warm with the memory of the day's sun and cooling now beneath the gathering dusk. Israel camps across from Jericho, a city they have not yet seen up close but can almost feel, a distant heartbeat across the river. The tents rest in long, gentle rows. Fires flicker low, a soft quiet settles over the multitude, the kind that comes only after long travel, long battle, long breathlessness. They do not know they are being watched. High in Moab's heights, a different silence gathers, sharper, restless, uneasy. Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, looks down upon the vast encampment. The people of Israel stretch farther than his memory can count, farther than his courage can tolerate. Their recent victories over Sihon and Og drift like fresh rumours into his hall, and each rumour feeds a glacier of fear settling inside him. Israel has not threatened Moab, but fear rarely waits for reason. It grows where shadows gather. Balak turns to the elders of Midian, voices hushed but urgent. "This multitude will lick up all that is around us," he murmurs, as though speaking too loudly might summon them. In his distress, he reaches for a solution older than strategy, the calling of a seer, a man whose words might bend reality, whose tongue might tilt the balance of fate. And so, across desert trails and winding paths, Balak sends messengers to Balaam son of Beor, a diviner living far from Moab's trembling borders. Balaam is known not for the power of his own will, but for listening, for waiting, for discerning the subtle difference between his own thoughts and the words that come from beyond. The messengers arrive with gifts and promises, voices laden with Balak's fear. "A people has come out of Egypt," they say, "and they cover the face of the earth. Come now, curse them for me, for they are too mighty." But Balaam does not move quickly. He listens first. He waits for night, letting darkness deepen, letting the world grow quiet enough for only one voice to be heard. In that silence, the Lord speaks plainly. "You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed." Morning comes, and Balaam sends the messengers back with those simple words. But fear is persistent, and Balak's worry grows sharper. He sends more princes this time, more honourable, more adorned, more persuasive. They bring promises of great honour, wealth that glitters like desert heat. Yet Balaam answers with a truth that is older than kings. "Even if Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord." Still, he invites them to stay the night, and again he listens. This time the answer shifts. "Go with them, but only speak the word that I shall give you." Permission, but not freedom. Direction, but no control. And so Balaam rises early and begins the journey, unaware that the road will test him. The angel in the path, the turning aside of his donkey, the dawning recognition of divine restraint. Scripture tells the story with a touch of irony, a reminder that even those who hear from God must be reminded of their place. Balaam bows low in the dust, learning again that blessing or curse cannot be shaped by human intention, only spoken as commanded. When he arrives, Balak leads him to high places, to hilltops where the camp of Israel stretches below like a vast sea of tents. Balak's hope sharpens with each sacrifice prepared, each altar built, each vantage point chosen. Curse them from here, he urges, or from there, or from that other place. As though geography could change God's mind. But blessing keeps rising like dawn, unstoppable and soft. Balaam speaks, and his voice carries across the wind. How shall I curse whom God has not cursed? How shall I denounce whom the Lord has not denounced? The words fall gently at first, then firmly, like stones laid into a foundation. Balak clenches his jaw, frustration tightening around him like rope. A second time he tries, and again Balaam blesses. A third time he leads him to another height, hoping a different view might grant a different fate. But when Balaam looks out and sees Israel dwelling in tribes, ordered and quiet beneath the morning light, something like wonder stirs in him. The Spirit of God moves, and the words flow not as choice, but as revelation. How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, your dwelling places, O Israel, like valleys that stretch out like gardens beside a river. It is not curse, it is not human desire. It is blessing, layered and radiant, rising above the hills like unburdened stars. Balak's anger ignites, sharp and bright. But Balaam stands steady. Did I not tell you, he says softly, I must do what the Lord says. And so Balak dismisses him, unable to bend the divine, unable to twist blessing into curse. Balaam turns homeward, leaving the hills of Moab humming with prophecy, words of future kings, of rising scepters, of a star that shall come from Jacob, words Israel does not hear, words that hover above them unseen, like a shield woven from promise. In the camp below, Israel continues their daily rhythm, gathering manna, tending children, resting in the quiet shade of evening. They do not know how close they came to curse, nor how firmly blessing stood its ground. They sleep beneath a sky filled with prophecies none of them heard, and yet all of them will inherit. Above them, the hills remain still, as though holding their breath. The night deepens, weaving silence into the fabric of the plains. But in that silence, the echoes of Balaam's final words shimmer like distant lights, glimpses of a future Israel cannot yet imagine. And as the night folds around the plains of Moab, blessing lingers where curses once aimed, leading quietly into the next shadowed chapter, where unseen danger begins to stir within Israel's own camp. The plains of Moab lie quiet in the morning light, soft and golden, stretching outward like an open hand. Israel remains camped across from Jericho, resting in the hush that follows long battles and long wanderings. The murmurs of daily life float between the tents, mothers preparing meals, shepherds tending flocks, children weaving games into the dust. Peace feels close, almost within reach. The land before them seems to breathe a gentle promise. But sometimes danger does not come with swords or armies. Sometimes it drifts in like perfume, subtle and inviting. Scripture says simply that Israel begins to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. A slow step at first, a soft compromise, a wandering curiosity. The women of Moab smile, speak softly, guide the men toward their feasts. What begins as companionship grows into something more tangled, more perilous. And soon the invitations shift. Come, they say, sit with us, feast with us, honor our gods with us. The voices seem harmless, even warm, but beneath their warmth lies a current, that pulls the heart away from holiness and toward altars built for foreign names. Israel bows before the Baal of Peor, an offering of incense, a bow of the head, a misplaced devotion. What should have been a camp preparing for promise becomes a camp stumbling into idolatry. The air changes. A shadow falls across the morning. The Lord's anger burns, not as a distant thunder, but as a truth awakened. Moses gathers the leaders of Israel, urgency tightening his words. Judgment begins. The camp trembles. Yet even as correction unfolds, some hearts remain blind to the gravity of their wandering. And then the plague comes. It moves with the speed of a sudden storm, unseen but devastating. Scripture does not describe its shape, only its consequence. People fall as though the earth itself is pulling them down. Tents fill with wailing. Dust stirs beneath the feet of the grieving. 24,000 lives are swallowed in the sweep of it, the number stretching like a shadow too heavy for the human heart. The camp is undone, fracturing under grief and fear. Moses and the people gather at the door of the tabernacle, weeping, pleading, waiting for mercy to break through the sorrow. A hush settles, a heaviness. The weight of what idolatry has cost them hangs like smoke in the air. And then, in that moment of collective collapse, a scene unfolds that slices through the silence. A man of Israel walks boldly before Moses and the entire congregation, leading a Midianite woman into his tent as though no plague rages, no holiness burns, no judgment trembles through the camp. His step is defiant, unseeing, unheeding. It is a moment that crystallizes the depth of Israel's drift. Indifference in the face of divine sorrow. But another pair of footsteps rises. Phinehas, son of Eleazar, grandson of Aaron the priest, sees the act and is pierced with a holy fire, a flame of devotion, fierce and unwavering, born not out of rage but out of reverence. Scripture does not embellish his thoughts. It only tells what he does. He takes a spear in his hand and enters the tent after them. In the stillness that follows, the plague stops. Just like that, the fever breaks, the storm stills, the shadow lifts. A quietness falls over the camp so abruptly it feels like a veil dropped from the sky. The cries of the dying cease. The trembling of the people softens into breath. The weight of 24,000 lost settles into the earth with a sorrow too deep for speech. But in that silence is also something fragile, something newly awakened. An understanding of holiness that feels sharper, closer, almost tender in its clarity. The Lord speaks, and his words carry both justice and promise. Phinehas has turned away wrath, he says. Phinehas has shown zeal, not the zeal of fury, but the zeal of faith. The fierce devotion of a heart that refuses to let holiness be treated lightly. And for this, a covenant of peace is given to him, a priesthood that stands not on ambition, but on loyalty. Around the camp, Israel breathes again. They gather their dead. They lift their eyes. The weight of grief still lingers, but so does the weight of mercy. The people draw closer to the tabernacle, to Moses, to one another, learning again that the path to promise requires vigilance. Not only against armies, but against the wandering of the heart. Evening comes, dim and soft. Fires flicker like slow, moving stars across the plain. Families sit in quiet clusters, speaking in low voices, remembering the cost of turning away. The wilderness wind whispers along the edges of the camp, carrying both mourning and renewal. The night feels deeper than before, wider, shaped by loss yet holding the faint contours of hope. And as the camp settles into a humbled quiet, The people gather themselves once more, unaware that the next chapter will not bring battle or rebellion, but a solemn counting, a numbering that marks a generation stepping into the final threshold of promise. The journey has been long. 40 years of desert wandering now narrow into their quiet end. Israel has drawn near to the land of promise, standing on the edge of fulfillment. The Jordan flows before them, marking both a boundary and a beginning. And Moses, who has carried them through wilderness and wonder, through rebellion and mercy, knows that his own path will not cross that river. He stands upon the plains of Moab, looking toward the hills that cradle the inheritance of the tribes. His eyes are weary, yet still clear. His strength has not left him, though the years have been many. The people gather, and he begins to speak, not with the thunder of Sinai, but with the tender cadence of farewell. He lifts his voice in blessing. Tribe by tribe, he names them, calling forth words that flow like streams of memory and prophecy. For Reuben, a prayer that he may live and not die, though his numbers be few. For Judah, a cry for help against enemies, that his hands may be strong in battle. For Levi, the honor of priesthood, the guardianship of the altar, the teaching of law to Israel. For Benjamin, the beloved of the Lord, dwelling secure between his shoulders. For Joseph, a blessing overflowing like the bounty of fertile hills, his strength like the horns of a wild ox. For Zebulun and Issachar, joy in their going out and their resting. For Gad, a warrior's praise, fierce as a lion. For Dan, a cub that leaps from Bashan. For Naphtali, the fullness of favor, his land blessed by the sea. For Asher, strength and abundance, his feet dipped in oil, his days lengthened in security. Each word carries weight. They are not mere wishes, but woven threads of destiny, spoken by one who has walked with God face to face. These blessings fall like dew upon the tribes, each phrase a reminder that their story will not end with him, but will continue rooted in covenant, guided by the unseen hand. When his words fall silent, Moses turns once more to the people. He has been their leader, their intercessor, their teacher. He has borne their complaints, pleaded for their forgiveness, and stood in the breach when wrath threatened to consume them. Now, in this final hour, he leaves them with both blessing and command. Set your hearts upon all the words which I testify among you this day, for it is your life. The people listen, their hearts heavy, though perhaps not fully grasping that this is his last song among them. Leaders rise and fall, but Moses has been the constant figure through their wilderness years. His voice, once hesitant and stammering at the burning bush, has become their steady guide, and now that voice prepares to depart. The Lord has spoken to him, and Moses knows his path. He climbs alone, ascending the rugged slopes of Mount Nebo to the summit of Pisgah. Step by step, he rises above the camp, above the river's edge, above the murmurs of the people he has shepherded. The mountain wind presses against his face, carrying with it the scent of the land that lies beyond. From the height, the Lord shows him the land. To the north, the green fields of Gilead stretch out, beyond them, Dan, the farthest reach of promise. To the west, Naphtali, Zebulun, and Issachar, rolling hills that wait for harvest. Judah's territory spreads out toward the sea. The Negev stretches southward, wide and sun-baked, and in the distance, beyond the haze, the city that will one day bear God's name, Jerusalem, not yet built, yet known in the heart of heaven. Moses sees it all. His eyes, though aged, do not dim. Every mountain, every valley, Every river and field unfolds before him. It is a vision, both gift and ache, the land promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, now close enough to see but never to tread. He has carried a people to its threshold, but his feet will not press the soil. The Lord's voice comes, tender yet firm. This is the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I have let you see it with your eyes, but you shall not cross over there. There, on Nebo's height, Moses breathes his last. No violence touches him, no sickness consumes him. He is gathered gently, his spirit returning to the God who called him from fire long ago. His strength was not diminished, his sight not dimmed. He departs not in weakness, but in fullness of days. The Lord himself buries him in a valley in Moab. No man knows the place of his grave, nor will any man ever find it. His resting place is hidden, as if heaven desired that his memory not be bound to a monument of stone, but to the living story he carried. Israel mourns. For 30 days they weep in the plains of Moab, their cries rising in the desert air. The man who spoke with God face to face, who stretched out his staff over waters, who stood between wrath and mercy, is gone. Their grief lingers, yet their journey cannot end in mourning. Joshua, son of Nun, stands ready, filled with the spirit of wisdom. For Moses had laid his hands upon him. The people turn their eyes toward him, the next guide for their steps into the land. The story of Moses closes with words of honor. There has not arisen a prophet since in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face in all the signs and wonders which the Lord sent him to do. His legacy is not the place of his burial, but the echo of his voice, the faithfulness of his service, the weight of the covenant he bore. No crown adorns his head, no monument marks his grave, yet his name endures with a reverence beyond kings. For he was the servant of the Lord, chosen to lift a staff against seas, to carry stone tablets carved by the hand of God, to speak words that shaped a people's destiny. His life was not perfect. Even he stumbled at Meribah. Yet in that imperfection shines the truth. God's faithfulness is greater than man's weakness, his promise deeper than man's failing. The desert wind moves across Nebo's height. Somewhere unseen, the grave lies still, untouched by time. The people of Israel march forward, crossing Jordan's waters, entering the land promised long before. And the voice of Moses, though silenced in body, continues in the memory of his words, in the law he left, in the story that will be told and retold for generations. The servant departs, but the story flows on. From Nebo's height, the eyes of Moses rest upon promise fulfilled, though his feet do not enter. And as he departs into mystery, the people turn to the river, where the story of crossing and conquest begins. And so, the story of Moses comes to rest, not in the shadow of crowns or monuments, but in the quiet strength of a voice that dared to split the sea, a voice that called weary feet to walk toward freedom. His life drifts across the centuries like a hymn on the wind, fragile and mighty all at once, reminding us that even the smallest cry can reach the heavens, and even the humblest hands can carry a staff that changes the world. Tonight, that ancient journey has passed through us like a soft current, leaving its traces not as noise, but as a gentle heartbeat. For though the deserts are long behind us, their lesson remains that even in barren places, bread can fall. Even in silence, a voice can still be heard, and even when the night feels endless, the promise of God does not fade. These are not just stories etched on stone or parchment. They are living echoes, burning softly in time, waiting for hearts, like yours, to remember them. Thank you for sharing this quiet space with me tonight. It is no small thing to pause together in the hush of history, to lean close to the embers of an old story and let its warmth carry us. Wherever you are listening from, a distant city, a quiet village, a single room in the dark, know that you are part of this circle, where memory keeps watch and whispers travel gently across the night. And now, may you release the weight of the day. Let the stillness settle around you like a blanket, and let your thoughts drift softly like boats on a calm sea. May your dreams carry you gently, and may the hush of history cradle you in peace. This has been the Sleeping Hourglass, where the past tucks you in. You are always welcome to return. Whenever you wish for another story beneath the candlelight of time, rest well, dear listener, and sleep deeply.